Chapter 291. In the ghost pool, the group of ghosts screamed and struggled, but they couldn't escape at all. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He was unhappy. These were the souls of the soldiers who had just died in battle. They couldn't even rest in peace after death. Although he was unhappy, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. At least there were more important things to do. Ha 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 ha, how did you two get in here? My longevity array is full of illusions. There's even a chilly wind that can cut bones and flesh. Yet, you all made it here safely. You weren't affected by the array. How rare. Mr. Dongfang looked at the two of them. His tone was still very calm. Mr. Dongfang, sorry to disturb you. I want to ask you something. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Long Wanyu was eager to get her mother, so Gu Hai couldn't stop her. Oh. You want to ask me something? Then show me your sincerity first. Tell me first, how did you get in here safely? Mr. Dongfang asked with confusion. We have 2 soul seeds. Look, this is it. Long Wanyu immediately took out the soul seed. Long Wanyu. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Mr. Dongfang had already seen the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand. Ding Mao's soul seed. This is what I gave to the Emperor of Great Ing. You two are really good. How did you get it? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. It was a coincidence. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Hers is Ding Mao. What's the number of your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang said lightly. Gu Hai, let him see. Hurry up, I want to know about my mother, Long Wanyu said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang in confusion. Why did he have to see his soul seed? No matter how Long Wanyu urged, Gu Hai didn't take it out. Instead, he stared at Long Wanyu and said, Long Wanyu, are you sure? Are you sure it's De Ji? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that he shouldn't have trusted Long Wanyu. Sigh. Gu Hai, where's your soul seed? Let me see. Mr. Dongfang shouted. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Mr. Dongfang, I hope you don't blame me for disturbing you. We are now representing the Deqian Celestial Empire. This is Princess Wanyu, the most beloved daughter of Deqiansheng. If anything happens to her, Deqiansheng will definitely be furious. This time, we are against Deqiansheng, not against you. When you go to Deqian in the future, Princess Wanyu will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai. Are you threatening me? Mr. Dongfang suddenly sneered. No, I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Dongfang. Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need to be on good terms with him. Master Shou of Deqian has a grudge against me. Do you think I'm afraid of Deqiansheng? Ha 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 ha, the two of you barged in today. Don't blame me, ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang said with a proud smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Mr. Dongfang, I want to know where my mother's heaven soul and earth soul are. Do you know? Long Wanyu shouted anxiously. Oh. So, you barged in because of Long Xiaoye's 2 souls. Ha ha ha, good, good, come, you want Long Xiaoye's 2 souls. Come to me, I'll give them to you. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. You really have them? Long Wanyu took a step forward. Slap. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanyu's arm. What are you doing? Long Wanyu frowned. Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, sorry for disturbing you this time. We'll leave now. Huh? He said that he has my mother's 2 souls. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Shut up. Gu Hai glared at Long Wanyu and stopped her. He grabbed Long Wanyu and was about to retreat. My life array is a place where you can come and go as you please. Mr. Dongfang sneered. As he spoke, he pointed his finger. Boom! Billowing black wind suddenly gathered from all directions and surrounded Gu Hai and Long Wanyu in an instant. Dingmao ship. Ha, my soul seed is for you to use. What a joke. Break. Mr. Dongfang snapped his fingers. Slap. The soul seed in Long Wanyu's palm exploded instantly and turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded Long Wanyu. It's over, it's over. Girl, you've committed a sin. Let's see how you're going to get out now. You'll melt if you touch this cold wind that can cut bones and melt flesh. The ghost shouted in despair. You, how can you do this? Long Wanyu stared at Mr. Dongfang with wide eyes. Why can't I do this? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai shielded Long Wanyu behind him. He looked at Mr. Dongfang and said, Mr. Dongfang, the two of us didn't come here today to incur enmity with you. We just want to ask for your advice on something. Moreover, if you have any requests, please state them. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it for you. Please calm down. Calm down. Ha ha ha, you want me to calm down too? But I'm not angry. I just want to arrest you. Also, I want to make Deqian's teacher show angry. Ha 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 ha, I don't know how angry Deqian's teacher show will be after I kill Long Wanyu. Mr. Dongfang sneered. How can there be such a bad person? How can there be such a bad person? Long Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned red. Long Wanyu was unruly and willful, but she grew up in the Deqian palace and was protected by the Deqiansheng. She didn't expect the people outside to be so bad. Gu Hai's face darkened. This Mr. Dongfang was not reasonable at all. But there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. Mr. Dongfang suddenly said in surprise, Hey, what's that tied to the little girl? Huh? Gu Hai's face darkened. Oh. Fortunately, the soul seed scattered and enveloped you. That's why I saw it. Ha ha ha, you are really well prepared. Century lifespan immortality peach tree, move your roots for me. Break. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Boom. Not far away, the clouds scattered, revealing the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the century lifespan immortality peach tree appeared, its roots turned into a large net, instantly enveloping the entire space inside. Even if Gu Hai and Long Wanyu wanted to escape, they would be blocked. Are these zither strings? Little girl, you have zither strings tied to your body. Ha ha ha. You came prepared indeed. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh no. Gaochen. Gaochen. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and pulled the willed zither strings on Long Wanyu's body. The sudden pull on the zither strings instantly alerted Gaochen in the distance. Bang! Gaochen pulled hard on the zither strings. Ah! Long Wanyu was pulled back, and she was about to be dragged back to South Town City. Bang! However, the large net formed by the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots was like a sturdy wall, instantly blocking Long Wanyu. She could not escape. Ah! Long Wanyu screamed in pain. Escape? You can't escape. Break this zither string for me. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Bang! Two tree roots collided with the zither strings. Tuck! The strings of the guqin broke with a loud bang. Woo! You are a bad guy. You are a big bad guy. Long Wanyu was so frightened that she started crying. I am doing this for your own good, little girl. Without your soul seed, you escaped into my Yin Wind ritual array. Your bones and flesh will soon melt. If I had not used the tree roots to block you, you would have died already. Escape? You can't escape. I will find a decent way for you to die. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang laughed sinisterly. Woo woo woo. Mother. Elder sister. Long Wanyu screamed in horror. For the first time, Long Wanyu felt fear, incomparable fear. Long Wanyu had never experienced this kind of threat of death before. Now that she had experienced it, she was scared witless. She deeply regretted her previous willfulness. The Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree. I heard that the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree's nourishment is ghosts. It turns out that Mr. refined these ghosts for this peach. Gu Hai is untalented, but he coincidentally has a Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. I am willing to use this peach to redeem the two of us for our offense. Mr. Dongfang, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Mr. Dongfang. Oh. Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. I remember now. That Gu Hai from the innate puzzle world is you, right? You do have one. Ha ha ha. Give it to me, and I will consider it. Mr. Dongfang sneered. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand as though he wanted to take the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. However, he moved closer to the frightened Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu, I suffered a great loss because of your mistake this time. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Woo woo woo. I. Long Wanyu was still frightened. She no longer had the energy to refute Gu Hai's accusation. Just at this moment, Gu Hai suddenly picked up Long Wanyu. Huh? Mr. Dongfang felt slightly stunned. Ah. Long Wanyu also cried out in alarm when a man suddenly gave her a bear hug. Gaochen, let's go now. Gu Hai shouted. Then, his waist trembled as he pulled on the willed zither strings on his body. Suddenly, the North Star felt a pulling force. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly got pulled up. Then, he carried Long Wanyu and crashed into the tree root wall again. At this moment, Gu Hai also took out something. It was not the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach but a crimson saber. Break for me. Gu Hai roared as he glared. Boom! Under the powerful force of the crimson saber, a hole appeared in the tree root wall with a loud bang. Gu Hai carried Long Wanyu and was instantly pulled out of the hole. How dare you bully me, brat! Mr. Dongfang suddenly stood up in shock and anger. He waved his hand. Rumble! The rolling tree roots instantly expanded. Gu Hai had a soul seed. It stuck close to him and Long Wanyu, so they would not be hurt by the Yin wind. The pulling force of the zither strings was especially strong. In an instant, the two of them were pulled far away. We're saved. We're saved. The demon spirit cried tears of joy. At this moment, Long Wanyu did not care about being bear-hugged by Gu Hai. Instead, she widened her eyes. She had escaped. She had escaped just like that. Bang! Before the two of them could celebrate, a tree root suddenly wrapped around Gu Hai's right foot. Bang! He slashed with his saber. However, in an instant, another 100 tree roots wrapped around Gu Hai. Even Gu Hai's right arm, which was holding the saber, was wrapped up together. His right hand was instantly unable to move. This was not the most terrifying thing. Then, an overwhelming number of tree roots enveloped them. It seemed that the two of them were about to be completely swallowed by the sea of tree roots. It's over. We can't escape. The demon spirit said in despair. Long Wanyu was also scared silly by this scene. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that he couldn't escape? He pulled his waist with his left hand and untied the strings on his waist. In an instant, he put them on Long Wanyu's waist. The soul seed in his hand was stuffed into Long Wanyu's palm. Long Wanyu, who was scared silly, was slightly stunned. Suddenly, she felt a cold soul seed in her palm. Her waist suddenly tightened. Her soul seed was broken by Mr. Dongfang. Her strings were also broken by Mr. Dongfang. Now what was this? This was all Gu Hai's. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile and pushed her. Whoosh! Long Wanyu was pulled by the strings and instantly shot into the distance. While being dragged by the strings, Long Wanyu's eyes widened. She watched as Gu Hai was drowned by the tree roots that were like thousands of arms and dragged into the formation. Whoosh! Because of the soul seed, Long Wanyu was not affected by the cold wind. The powerful dragging force, in an instant, was pulled out of the formation like a fishing line. We're saved, we're saved. The demon spirit cried out excitedly. The demon spirit was excited, but Long Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. In the end, Gu Hai gave her the hope of life. He gave her the soul seed and the strings. She was saved, but he was swallowed by the sea of tree roots. Long Wanyu would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. Even though she was pulled into the air, the scene of Gu Hai being swallowed by thousands of roots was still vivid in her mind. Other than her mother and sister, no one had been so good to her. Previously, she wanted to kill him, tease him, and lie to him. But in the end, in order to save her, he was killed by that bad guy. In a short period of time, Long Wanyu had seen the worst person in the world and suddenly saw the best person in the world. The contrast in this instant stunned Long Wanyu. Only Gu Hai's last words were left in her mind. Long Wanyu, don't be too willful in the future. The demon spirit celebrated for a while. Long Wanyu shouted with red eyes, brother-in-law. Whoosh! Long Wanyu was instantly pulled into the distant sky. Chapter 292. After sending off the Long Wanyu, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was instantly surrounded by rolling tree roots. The tree roots were not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was the cold wind that cut through his bones and flesh. The flustered and exasperated Mr. Dongfang saw that the Long Wanyu had escaped. He did not care about Gu Hai's life and death. He instantly controlled a large amount of cold wind to rush toward Gu Hai. Walala! The cold wind rushed over. Even though Gu Hai had raised an energy shield, it was still instantly washed clean by the cold wind. Whoosh! The cold wind immediately rushed toward Gu Hai's clothes. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's clothes rotted. Gu Hai's expression darkened. A large number of bone armor quickly covered his entire body, preparing to block the cold wind's attack. However, Gu Hai was also extremely worried. After all, the cultivator who opened the Sky Palace back then had cut through his bones and flesh in the end. Could this armor block it? At this moment, a faint black light suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's arms. The black light suddenly covered the surface of his body as if forming a protective shield. Whoosh! The cold wind hit this black protective shield and was immediately blocked. It could not go any further. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. What's going on? Where did this protective shield come from? Gu Hai's chest felt cold. His expression changed. He immediately understood something. In the past, the unborn man asked Master Lun Yen to give the black jade talisman to Long Wanyu. The master could not give it and asked for his help. He did not have time to say anything. He had been holding it in his arms all this time. It seems like it's all thanks to Long Wanyu's blessing, heh? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Rumble. The rolling tree roots and endless cold wind rushed toward Gu Hai. With the bone armor protecting his body and the black jade talisman protecting him, Gu Hai was still considered unharmed. However, Gu Hai still shouted, ah! It sounded like a scream that resounded throughout the array. Keek keek keek, Gu Hai, is my longevity array comfortable? Yo, you actually saved the damsel in distress right in front of me. You let Long Wanyu go, but you stayed behind yourself. Ha 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 ha, you're really looking for death. Mr. Dongfang yelled sinisterly. Walalala. Gu Hai was pulled into the array by the tree roots, but at this moment, Gu Hai's face was filled with weakness, and he was extremely dejected. Not dead yet? How lucky. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Gu Hai was bound by countless tree roots like a huge dumpling. Only his extremely weak head was exposed. Mr. Dongfang, I've fallen into your hands today, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Where exactly are Long Xiaoya's two souls? Gu Hai asked weakly. Oh. You're already in this state, and you still want to know about Long Xiaoya? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. I know that I can't escape, but I will reincarnate eventually. Perhaps the unborn man will find my earthly soul. I want to know. Please help me. Gu Hai said weakly. Help you? You still want to reincarnate? Keek, look at this ghost pool. They also want to reincarnate, but who can escape from me? None of them can. Look. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile. He extended his hand and pointed. A root of the century lifespan immortality peach tree rushed into the ghost pool and crazily absorbed the souls. No, don't absorb me. Monster Dongfang, you will die a horrible death. Monster Dongfang, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Monster Dongfang, the heavens will take care of you. If I don't die, I will take your life. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghost pool coldly and said, You won't let me off even if I become a ghost? You guys are ghosts now. Come on, come and bite me. Keek, there will be no afterlife. You will all melt away soon. No. The group of souls screamed mournfully. Mr. Dongfang, I'm already about to die. Are you still afraid of telling me? Ha, Master Show. Dongfang's Master Show. That's not much. I'm even afraid of a person about to die. I'm already about to die, so why should I be afraid? Ha. Gu Hai laughed weakly. It seemed like he was about to close his eyes. Why would I be afraid of you? Brat, you don't have to provoke me. It's useless. I've walked on more bridges than you have. Keek, so what if I tell you? Long Xiaoya's three souls. Back then, they were already scattered by Li Haoran. Oh, right, it was Lu Yang who made him scatter them. 3 souls? Where are the 3 souls? The heaven soul was destroyed long ago, the earth soul was destroyed long ago, and the human soul was completely shattered. I was the one who pieced together Long Xiaoya's human soul in the past. Keek, I was going to use it to ridicule that Deqian Celestial Empire's master show. I didn't want to borrow it from the Emperor of Deying and use it to kill you. Keek, are you satisfied now? Mr. Dongfang laughed. Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul were destroyed. Her human soul was also shattered. Was it pieced together later? No wonder the unborn man said that all the memories of Long Xiaoya's human soul were gone. It's all shattered. It's already shattered. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kid, weren't you weak just now? Mr. Dongfang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp bones appeared around Gu Hai's body. They were like the spikes of a hedgehog and instantly pierced into a group of tree roots. Bang! More than half of the tree roots in his body were shattered in an instant. Gu Hai instantly struggled and jumped out. Oh! You tricked me! Mr. Dongfang glared. He waved his hand. The rolling black wind rushed straight toward Gu Hai. Boom! The black wind hit Gu Hai's body and was immediately blocked by the black jade talisman's protective shield. You still have my soul seed. So what if you have a soul seed? No one has dared to trick me like this. 60 soul seeds, break all of them. Mr. Dongfang roared angrily. Boom! In the distance, the soul seed in Long Wanyu's hand suddenly exploded. Long Wanyu, who was crying, suddenly showed a look of horror. Brother-in-law. Pajuan was fighting against Gaochen when the soul seed in his arms suddenly exploded. Bang! What? Something happened to Mr. Dongfang. Pejuan's expression changed. Beiwang City. Lu Yang was sitting in the study, reading documents on a shelf beside him. Bam! 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 All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out, causing Liu Yang's expression to change. Soul Seed. Something happened to Mr. Dongfang. Liu Yang's expression darkened. At this moment, in the longevity array, Mr. Dongfang thought that Gu Hai still had soul seeds, so he instantly exploded all the soul seeds he gave out, thinking that Gu Hai was finished. Unfortunately, Gu Hai didn't block the Yin wind because of the soul seed, but because of the unborn man's black jade talisman. Rumble. The Yin wind rushed at Gu Hai again, but Gu Hai was still safe and sound. Gu Hai didn't want to continue fighting. He jumped up and prepared to escape into the distance. What? It's not a soul seed. Kid, do you know how difficult it is to make a soul seed? You actually made me destroy 60 of them at once, and you want to run? You can't run away. I haven't refined a living person for a long time. Humph. Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Countless tree roots rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the bone knife in one hand and the blood knife in the other. He slashed out with a bang, and his body was covered in hedgehog-like spikes. The tree roots couldn't stop Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai rushed forward with all his might. As long as he rushed through the longevity array, he would be fine. He sped up. It looked like he would charge out soon. Do you think that the century lifespan immortality peach tree is just a rotten tree root? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Then, he formed hand seals. A black hole suddenly appeared on the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The moment the black hole appeared, it formed a strong suction force. Gu Hai, who was about to jump out, got sucked into the black hole by this suction force. Gulp. Gu Hai instantly arrived in a pitch-black environment. Black liquid filled the surroundings. This black liquid sealed Gu Hai's breathing and all of Gu Hai's paths of escape. The black liquid was extremely viscous. Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to move in the liquid. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the black hole on the century lifespan immortality peach tree disappeared. Humph! You want to run? No one can run from my ritual array. I'll suck you into the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach and let the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach dissolve you. Back then, when the people who opened the heavenly palaces entered, no one could escape. You want to run as well? Humph! Mr. Dongfang sneered. Mr. Dongfang showed some disdain as he turned his head to look at the ghost pool. Outside, Pejuan felt worried. However, he still sent a voice projection over. Mr. Dongfang, are you alright? I'm fine. Do what you need to do. Mr. Dongfang's cold voice came out of the ritual array. It's good that you are fine. Pejuan stopped paying attention. Everything in the ritual array returned to normal. Mr. Dongfang continued to refine the ghosts in the pool. In the end, the century lifespan immortality peach tree was not ordinary. The stomach that Mr. Dongfang mentioned was a furnace that the century lifespan immortality peach tree gave birth to. All living humans and ghosts were turned into nutrients here. Gu Hai was already a golden core realm cultivator. He could hold his breath for a long time. However, he could not move at this moment. What could he do? Outside, a strong corrosive effect eroded the black jade talisman's protective barrier. Gu Hai showed an anxious expression. Buzz! Suddenly, in the pitch-black environment, something seemed to light up in an instant. It was like a beam of light entered Gu Hai's forehead. The instant the beam entered his forehead, Gu Hai felt dazed as if he was about to fall asleep. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal suddenly trembled, jolting the drowsy Gu Hai awake. Gu Hai's consciousness suddenly discovered a white-clad old man sitting in his sea of consciousness. This old man's face was blurry, and his entire body gave off a faint white light. A Go board was placed in front of this old man. This Go board had 30 vertical and horizontal lines. The board was filled with black and white Go stones. I invite you to solve the 30 vertical and horizontal lines Go puzzle. The white-clad old man across from Xiao Chen said indifferently. Old man Guanqi. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the same scene that he saw in the innate puzzle world? That circular Go board contained a heavenly Go stone fragment and a strand of consciousness that old man Guanqi left behind to record the Go board. Is it the same now? That makes sense. Old man Guanqi left behind more than 1,000 treasures. This century lifespan immortality peach tree had to be a treasure among treasures. How could it not have a heavenly Go stone fragment? The 30 vertical and horizontal lines Go puzzle. Gu Hai's eyes turned grave as he looked over. Chapter 293. 30 vertical and horizontal chess game, I invite you to solve it. Old man Guanqi invited him again. However, this time, old man Guanqi seemed to have his own thoughts. Old man Guanqi? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I'm just a fragment of old man Guanqi's thoughts. If someone can solve this situation, I'll disperse. Old man Guanqi said with a smile. Oh. Another legacy? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The inheritance is only this Go game. The old man Guanqi said with a smile. Just this game of chess. That's right. If I can solve this chess game, I'll also have a world-shaking array. However, why do you want to set up these chess games for others to play? Is it just an inheritance? Gu Hai was confused. Old man Guanqi smiled and shook his head. In the chess game of 29 heavens and earth, if you can't win, you'll die. What about this game? Gu Hai asked seriously. What do you think? Old man Guanqi laughed. Gu Hai's face darkened as he smiled bitterly. It's still death. In the outside world, my body has already sunk into a swamp, and I can't move at all. Furthermore, there's a powerful force breaking down my protective shield. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Also, I can't hold on forever. If you can solve this situation, you can leave easily. If you can't, I can only wait for the next person. Old man Guanqi said calmly. Waiting for the next person. Of the 9 sons of Guanqi, one of them will be able to solve it. Old man Guanqi said calmly. Gu Hai was silent for a long time. So, time is limited, please. Old man Guanqi said indifferently. How does this game compare to the 29 heavens and earth chess game? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. It's like the difference between 29 and 28. Old man Guanqi said calmly. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai longed to meet an opponent. If it were any other time, Gu Hai would definitely be overjoyed to encounter the 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game. This was because Gu Hai was confident that he would be able to solve it. It was only a matter of time. But now, he was not given any time at all. Back then, he had gone through the elementary, intermediate, and advanced stages of the 29-line pair world chess game. Furthermore, he had sat at the life and death chess piece for an entire day before finally solving it. Now, do I have a whole day? He could only hold his breath for 3 to 4 hours at most. The viscous liquid outside was constantly destroying his energy shield. Did he have that much time? The difference between 30 and 29 was like the difference between 29 and 28. 29 and 28, that was the difference between heaven and earth. Time is limited. Please make your move as soon as possible. Old man Guanqi repeated. Gu Hai. Not daring to hesitate, Gu Hai immediately looked at the Go board. The 30-world vertical and horizontal chess game had 30 lines in each direction, instantly becoming countless times more complicated. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi laid out a powerful Go puzzle. Gu Hai looked around and saw a profound world. If 29 was just the frame of a house, everything was hollow. However, the 30 before Gu Hai's eyes were filled with bricks and tiles. Gu Hai sealed the surroundings and formed a complete house, a complete world. Gasp! Gu Hai took a deep breath. At this moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or sad. As Old Man Guanxi said, this Go puzzle before Gu Hai was incredibly profound. It was not impossible to solve it, but there was no time. Gu Hai wanted to use his heart to investigate it. However, he did not have enough time and did not dare to delve too deeply. What should I do? What should I do? Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Gu Hai's consciousness. It came from the 100,000 Go puzzles he brought from Earth. In the past, 80,000 Go puzzles were merged into 20,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles with 19 Go puzzles. Then, when he solved the life chess, he once again merged them with the other 20,000 complicated Go puzzles. It was a slow merging process. Finally, at this moment, all the Go puzzles were merged into 10,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles. The 10,000 Go puzzles that merged into 4 contained Gu Hai's boundless wisdom and Gu Hai's boundless understanding of the Go Dao. Every Go puzzle was a condensation of Gu Hai's wisdom. 10,000 Go puzzles merged. Please make your move. Old Man Guanxi called out again. Gu Hai could not easily make his move without seeing through all 30 Go puzzles. However, he did not have enough time. What should he do? Suddenly, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. These 10,000 Go puzzles are the condensation of my wisdom. Can I merge my consciousness with them and control the accumulation of my wisdom? Gu Hai's expression changed. Thinking of this, Gu Hai did as he said, and his consciousness slowly scattered. Boom! Xiao Chen's consciousness scattered into 10,000 parts of his consciousness. Then, each part entered a Go puzzle. Splitting one's consciousness sounded difficult, but it was not. It was like an ordinary person using only their right hand to work. It was a mental exercise. However, when one used both hands to work, one's consciousness split into 2. When one used both hands and legs, one's consciousness split into 4. Right now, Gu Hai split one part of his consciousness into 10,000 parts to control the Go puzzles formed by his wisdom. A blurry Gu Hai's figure slowly appeared on each of the 10,000 Go puzzles. It looked like a projection, appearing extremely faint. The 10,000 Gu Hai's figures slowly opened their eyes. Xiao Chen controlled the 10,000 Go puzzles and flew over to the Old Man Guanxi. In an instant, old Mr. Guanxi no longer faced one Go player but 10,000. 10,000 Gu Hais. At this moment, all of them were using their own intelligence to analyze the 30-sided Go puzzle. The wisdom of the 10,000 Gu Hais seemed to be connected. 10,000 Gu Hais played against the Old Man Guanxi. The Old Man Guanxi also revealed some shock. Go Soul. You actually used such a method to condense a Go Soul. 9,999 Gu Hais looked at the Go puzzles. Only one of them asked curiously, "What is a Go Soul?" You and I took different paths. Back then, my main body was a Go Soul, continuously growing stronger and expanding my consciousness. However, you used 10,000 consciousnesses to merge into one and condense a Go Soul clone. Perhaps one day, when your 10,000 consciousnesses merge into one, that will be the time when the Go Soul is fully formed. A Go Soul. Ha! You will be the second person in this world to condense a Go Soul. The Old Man Guanxi exclaimed. Oh. The second? Then, who is the first? The first is me, the Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. What is the use of a Go Soul? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is your 7th soul, the Old Man Guanxi said indifferently. What's the seventh soul? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Everyone knows about the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. However, ordinary people only find the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, the old man Guanqi said indifferently. Gu Hai immediately recalled. The 3 spiritual souls were heaven, earth, and human. In the Yuanying state, the nascent soul was the soul. There were only 6 nascent souls in the dantian and the nascent souls in the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. However, there was no 7th soul. Was he condensing the 7th fragment? Old man Guanqi didn't say anything else. Instead, he suddenly looked at the chessboard as though he had discovered something. Gu Hai, who was the only one talking, stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the chessboard with the remaining 9,999 copies of himself. 10,000 Gu Hais had solved 30 world vertical and horizontal chess games at the same time. This analytical ability was extremely terrifying. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Boom! Suddenly, one of the large chessboards that Gu Hai was sitting on suddenly shrank. It was a 4x4 chessboard, which meant that 4 chessboards had been put together. It was 4 times the length and width, and there were many chess pieces. At this moment, it was condensed and slowly shrunk into a chessboard with 19 lines. Removing the useless pieces, the complicated situation of the previous 4 chessboards was slowly condensed into one. Boom! The second large chessboard Gu Hai sat on was condensed into a small chessboard with 19 lines. Boom! 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 More and more chessboards condensed. After analyzing the 30 world vertical and horizontal chessboards, although they had not made any moves yet, they instantly gained countless insights. The 10,000 Gu Hais seemed to have entered this world at the same time. They spread out, each looking at 1/10,000th of the chessboards, quickly analyzing the entire world. As they looked at the chessboards more clearly, they all gained great insights. After 2 hours, the 10,000 large world vertical and horizontal chessboards completely condensed into small chessboards. At this moment, the 10,000 Gu Hai's figures seemed to instantly become a little clearer. Buzz! The 10,000 Gu Hais looked up at nearly the same time. In that instant, it seemed like the entire world suddenly lit up. Old man Guanqi smiled bitterly. Congratulations, you solved it. Rumble. The 10,000 small world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into 4 again. Boom! 4 of the world vertical chessboards suddenly merged into 1. As for the 4 Gu Hais on it, their figures touched, and the 4 merged into 1. Their figures were still blurry, but they became much clearer. Presumably, when the 10,000 Gu Hais carried the wisdom gathered in the Go puzzles and merged into 1, that would be when the Go soul was fully born. The others continued. However, it was clear that there was still a long process. The only Gu Hai that merged into 4 picked up a black Go stone. Old man Guanqi, no matter what your ultimate goal is, Gu Hai will be eternally grateful. As Gu Hai spoke, he slowly placed a Go stone on the world vertical chessboard. Clack! Boom! The entire world vertical chessboard suddenly trembled. If someone who understood Go looked at it, it would seem like the entire Go puzzle world instantly collapsed and was destroyed. The entire world vertical chessboard immediately turned into a cloud of smoke that surrounded old man Guanqi. You don't need to thank me. One day, you will know that I should thank you, too. Old man Guanqi said with a faint smile. Bang! Old Mr. Guanqi suddenly exploded, turning into smoke and dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, a heavenly Go shard appeared in the smoke. This shard was even larger than the 3 heavenly Go shards Gu Hai obtained earlier. Another one. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Then, his consciousness returned to his main body outside. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly felt that he could move. Although this viscous liquid did not change, a layer of light from the heavenly Go fragment covered his body, allowing him to move freely in this liquid. Move freely. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as his figure suddenly rushed forward. When Gu Hai arrived at the inner wall, is this the century lifespan immortality peach tree's stomach? Or is it the furnace inside? Refining living people? Refining ghosts and preventing reincarnation is not something good. It should be destroyed. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Shing! Gu Hai suddenly thrust the Life Ender saber at the inner wall of the furnace. The century lifespan immortality peach tree is a rare treasure in the world. Go ahead and absorb it. Help me destroy it. Don't transfer the energy you absorb to me. Just turn it all into bone energy. I want to destroy this entire hell. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Life Ender's saber pierced the inner wall of the furnace. Countless skulls surged out of the surging black energy and quickly gnawed at it. Chapter 294. The Life Ender's saber released black energy and crazily gnawed at the century lifespan immortality peach tree from the inside. Boom! The feedback of 1,000th of the Life Ender's saber's energy made Gu Hai's expression change. It felt like the yellow river washed over him. This energy was too vast, so much so that if he tried to absorb it, he would explode in less than 5 breaths of time. The energy of this century lifespan immortality peach tree is that high. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality peach tree shook wildly as if it felt intense pain. Outside, Mr. Dongfang looked into the distance. Long Wanyu had already disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He no longer cared about Gu Hai's life or death. After all, no one could escape once sucked in, including the Heavenly Palace expert from earlier. Xiaochen waved his sleeve, and the ritual array returned to normal. The century lifespan immortality peach tree continued to land on the ghost pool. Mr. Dongfang looked at the ghosts screaming miserably in the ghost pool. However, he revealed a cold smile and said, "It is useless even if you scold me. Since you entered my ghost pool, you can forget about running. Obediently help me grow the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Old monster, you will die a horrible death. If I come out of my ghost pool, I will definitely eat your flesh and gnaw on your bones. Ah! Old monster, I want your life. Ah!" The blue flames burned the ghosts, inflicting extreme pain on them. More than 2 hours later, alright, most of the impurities in your bodies have been refined. Now, you are the best nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Mr. Dongfang sneered. I want to kill you. I want to eat your flesh, gnaw on your bones, and drink your blood. Old monster, I will fight it out with you. Millions of ghosts howled in despair as they stared at Mr. Dongfang with eyes that were about to burst open. Above the ghosts, there was even a black aura gathering. Overwhelming resentment? Good. The more overwhelming the resentment, the more it can help the century lifespan immortality peach tree grow. I want your resentment, ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang said excitedly. Xiaochen flung out his sleeve, and one of the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots stabbed into the ghost pool. Then, a surging suction sucked in the group of ghosts. Ah, old monster, you will die a horrible death. The group of ghosts howled. Curse me to die a horrible death. When you enter the century lifespan immortality peach tree, call them. The humans and ghosts that enter will quickly become nutrients. Gu Hai is waiting for you inside. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Right after speaking, the century lifespan immortality peach tree trembled. What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang paused. The tree root that had just reached into the ghost pool suddenly turned pale white and revealed a trace of metallic luster. Why did the roots turn white? Are those bones? The roots of the century lifespan immortality peach tree turned into bones? Mr. Dongfang was slightly taken aback. The suction force that was sucking in the group of ghosts suddenly stopped. The roots of the tree were reduced to bones, but the rest of the tree was writhing madly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. He extended his hand and formed hand seals. Rumble. The tree shook rapidly. As it shook, countless roots emerged. However, the roots that emerged turned into bones in the blink of an eye, unable to move. Not only that, but a white energy rushed to the ground below. The ground below quickly turned white and turned into bones. It was like a ripple in still water, spreading out in the blink of an eye. This is... Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Ka. 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 The white color of the ground spread in all directions. In an instant, it reached Mr. Dongfang's feet. Boom! Suddenly, a bone-like spike emerged from the ground and rushed toward Mr. Dongfang, as if it was going to skewer him in an instant. Bang! Mr. Dongfang's expression changed as he jumped away. Boom! 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 On the ground, one after another, spikes emerged crazily. They grew rapidly, growing taller and taller as if they had formed a giant mountain that soared into the sky. They chased after Mr. Dongfang crazily. B** starred. Bones? I have a wind that can cut bones and flesh. Cut it for me. Mr. Dongfang glared and shouted angrily. He waved his hand, and a rolling wind whistled. Roar! The wind seemed to transform into ferocious beasts. However, the moment it rushed over, the power of bone spread and instantly turned the wind into bone. It turned into countless bones floating in the air, surrounding Mr. Dongfang and chasing after Mr. Dongfang. The sky was full of bone spikes. It was like a world of bones. What? Mr. Dongfang screamed and wanted to jump away. However, the enormous bone spikes from before had already soared into the sky, forming several tens of enormous bone mountains. Furthermore, they were encircling the entire interior of the cave. It was full of bones. The sky and the ground were full of bones. Mr. Dongfang's array was instantly turned into bone, forming a large sealed space. Mr. Dongfang suddenly had no way to escape. The bones in all directions instantly reduced Mr. Dongfang's space of movement by a lot. No, how can this be? My array, my century lifespan immortality peach tree, move! Mr. Dongfang shouted in shock. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bone spike pierced through his right shoulder and nailed him to a bone mountain. Mr. Dongfang instantly couldn't move. Boom! At this moment, the ghost pool below was also turned into bone and instantly exploded. Countless ghosts were instantly free. Ah, crack, crack, crack. Old monster, I'm going to eat you. Old monster, I'm going to kill you. The group of ghosts rushed out of their cages and headed straight for Mr. Dongfang. B** starred, B** starred. Mr. Dongfang angrily slapped the bone spike on his body. The bone spike shattered. However, there were too many bone spikes in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 20 bone spikes nailed Mr. Dongfang to the bone mountain wall. He couldn't move at all. Seeing that the million ghosts were about to reach him, Mr. Dongfang finally revealed a terrified expression. How can this be? Century lifespan immortality peach tree, follow my orders. Come and protect me. Come and protect me. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom! The century lifespan immortality peach tree in the distance suddenly exploded. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and disappeared. What? Mr. Dongfang was stunned. After the explosion, black fog appeared. The black fog suddenly disappeared, revealing Gu Hai, who was in a sorry state. Huff, 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 huff. The moment Gu Hai came out, he gasped for breath. Clearly, he had been holding his breath for too long. Gu Hai, it's you. Ah! No! Mr. Dongfang roared in despair. This was because the million ghosts had already closed in. Roar! I'm going to eat you. Old monster, die. The group of ghosts howled and crazily gnawed at Mr. Dongfang. Ah! Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Ah! Mr. Dongfang screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, the million ghosts gnawed at his flesh. Whoosh! Only a pile of withered bones with their marrow sucked out fell to the ground. Roar! The group of ghosts let out a roar to vent their resentment. Gu Hai suddenly came out. When he looked up and saw that the surroundings had turned into a world of bones, he revealed a look of horror. Just 1,000th of the century lifespan immortality peach tree's strength can actually turn such a large area into bones? Gu Hai said in shock. However, before Gu Hai could marvel at his masterpiece, the scene of 1 million ferocious ghosts gnawing at Mr. Dongfang made his scalp tingle. Aren't these ferocious ghosts too ferocious? The group of ghosts roared. After venting their resentment, they felt much better. Then, they turned their heads to look at Gu Hai. Many thanks, benefactor. Solemnly, the group of ghosts bowed to Gu Hai. The million ghosts expressed their gratitude at the same time, and surging providence instantly gathered in Gu Hai. After the group of ghosts expressed their gratitude, Gu Hai sighed and nodded. Never mind. You should reincarnate. Go and reincarnate. The million ghosts shook for a while, but they stood in place, not moving at all. They all showed confused expressions. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. I don't know. After we were refined by the blue flames of the Dongfang demons, not only can we be seen by the living, but we can't enter the netherworld for now, one of the ghosts said with an unsightly expression. I can't either. I can't either. What should we do? I feel that my soul's energy is slowly diminishing in this state. Could it be that we still have to turn to ashes after our soul energy completely drains? The group of ghosts showed horrified expressions. For a time, everyone was talking at once. The world of bones was instantly filled with noise. Everyone! Everyone! Gu Hai called out. The group of ghosts stopped and looked at Gu Hai. You can't reincarnate? How about you come with me to Jinan City? Someone should know how to help you, Gu Hai suggested. Oh. Alright, I'll listen to benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Gu Hai nodded and changed his clothes. Then, he looked at the surrounding mountains of bones and smiled bitterly. After ossification, the mountains and trees would become real bones. It was possible to restore them to their original state. But it required more energy than the ossification to transform them back to their original state. Gu Hai didn't have the energy now. He walked around the valley. He let the group of ghosts find a gap in the bone spurs. Following the group of ghosts, Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the Valley of Bones. Gu Hai left the Valley of Bones for about 2 hours. Buzz! In the Valley of Bones, the void trembled slightly. A gust of cold wind swept past, and a white-robed little boy walked out of the void ripples. The white robe was embroidered with golden silk. The white-robed little boy looked at Mr. Dongfang's skeleton in front of him. He took out a small bottle and poured a drop of liquid on the skeleton. Buzz! The skeleton strangely emitted a trace of light, and then the bones quickly grew little bits of flesh and blood. Gradually, the flesh and blood condensed into a bloody little boy. It was Mr. Dongfang, who was saved by the white-robed little boy in front of him. Bringing the dead back to life, flesh and bones, it was done with just a drop of liquid. Mr. Dongfang trembled violently and was resurrected. The white-robed little boy threw a white robe to him, and Mr. Dongfang quickly put it on. Dongfang number 7, you died again. If I wasn't near the underworld, you would have disappeared. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Mr. Dongfang immediately knelt down. Forgive me, original body. I was careless this time. The white-robed little boy was silent for a while. I made 10 bodies and let you spread out to help me seize life. You are the most troublesome. Humph. Forgive me, original body, I. Dongfang number 7 said worriedly. Well, you made such a big commotion that you will alarm the Deqian Celestial Empire. It's not good to stay here for long, follow me. The white-robed little boy said lightly. Yes, original body. Dongfang number 7 said respectfully. Buzz. Suddenly, the void in front of the two trembled slightly. Dongfang number 7 stepped in with the white-robed little boy and disappeared. Chapter 295. Gu Hai and a million ghosts walked out of the Valley of Bones. There was still a thick fog in the surroundings, covering the area of bones. Boom. 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 The sky was filled with endless dark clouds, and there was a rumble in the distance. Gu Hai stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The dark clouds in the sky were the dark clouds of fate in misery. They were played by Pajuan, and they seemed to be even more tragic than before. The sky was gloomy, and the world was filled with bleak cold winds. Thousands of miles were sealed in ice, and thousands of miles were fluttering with snow. It was a scene of bitter cold and despair. However, the loud sound came from outside Jinan City. Outside Jinan City, there were a million bronze men. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and they were extremely powerful. The soldiers who left the city in the past would definitely not be able to resist a million bronze men. However, those soldiers were just in disguise. In the distance, there were 4 copybooks hanging in the sky. 4 super huge copybooks. The copybooks hung vertically in a square space, and dazzling white light bloomed on the copybooks. At this moment, about 600,000 bronze men were trapped in the square space by these 4 copybooks. The dazzling white light on the copybooks was like 4 huge walls, sealing the sky and earth, and trapping the 600,000 bronze men inside. Those copybooks? Is the righteous energy of calligraphy on the copybooks? A ghost beside Gu Hai said in surprise. Righteous energy? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, the 4 arts are based on books. Calligraphy is the most basic. Those copybooks must be righteous energy. Using 4 copybooks to seal 600,000 bronze men. So the Grand Marshal was already prepared. I see. I was wondering why he went to the major academies to find people last time. The ghost said in surprise. The major academies? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Look at those armored soldiers. They are only here to confuse Pajuan. They are all calligraphy experts. Look at the 4 pieces of calligraphy. A group of calligraphy experts are constantly writing on the pieces of calligraphy. That is pouring in the overwhelming righteous energy. However, the general principles on the 4 pieces of calligraphy must be even more powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seal the 600,000 bronze men, the ghost explained. Gu Hai looked over. Sure enough, the group of soldiers were all holding brushes and writing in front of the 4 gigantic scrolls. Hum, 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 hum. White light soared into the sky, and the calligraphy was filled with righteous energy. Borrowing the power of the 4 calligraphy pieces, it formed a cage that overflowed into the sky, imprisoning the bronze man that was constantly colliding inside. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. However, he saw countless fairies flying around in the morality cage. The fairies kept colliding with the bronze man's head as if they wanted to seize control of the bronze man. Sima Changkong used people to seal the bronze man. She wants Gaochen to take back the bronze man. However, how can the bronze man be taken back so easily? Gu Hai frowned slightly. The 600,000 bronze men were sealed, but there were still 400,000 that were attacking the South Town City's formation. Gaochen, Sima Changkong, you are indeed cunning. You think you can take back my 600,000 bronze men by sealing them with calligraphy? Dream on. Pujuan roared. On the city tower. Gaochen looked at Sima Changkong and said, this method won't work. My fairies are outside the bronze men, and Pujuan's fairies are inside. More than 10 of them are needed to restrain the enemy. However, they can only restrain the enemy. They can't enter at all. It has to work even if it doesn't work. This tragic world is even more powerful than the one in Silver Moon City. Didn't you play Pathos earlier? You can't break tragic world at all. Last time, you could break it because of the combined willpower of the entire city. This time, it's only your willpower. This is a spiritual Guqin Dao concept. It can't be broken. Let your fairies take back the bronze man for me to use. Then, kill Pujuan with all your might. Sima Changkong shook her head. I still have a song here. Master passed it to me before he left. However, I need to use all my strength to play it. Gaochen explained. But now, we've already sealed off the enemy's 600,000 bronze men. Of course, sealing them off isn't only the work of the 4 copybooks, but also your contributions. Without your 6 million little spirits interfering with the bronze men inside, the 4 copybooks wouldn't have been able to stop them. Because of your interference, they weren't able to focus on breaking the formation. If you had used all your strength to play the new song, the trapped 600,000 bronze men would have broken out. At that time, 1,000,000 bronze men would have attacked together. I don't know how long our defensive formation would have lasted. Sima Changkong said with a frown. But I want to play that song. Gaochen showed a hint of bitterness. Master Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Sima, from a purely rational point of view, you are not wrong. After all, you want to play it safe. You are worried that Gu Hai's song won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Everything we have done before would have been for naught, and the bronze men might even have broken through the city. However, after this period of time, I realize that I trust Gu Hai's song more. I suggest that Gaochen try. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. The 4 calligraphy pieces were shrouded by the nature of righteousness. The calligraphy experts holding the calligraphy pieces were protected by the nature of righteousness. The group of bronze men could not touch them at all. Moreover, with Gaochen's sound barrier, they were not affected by misery. The cage of righteousness was very special. Its interior was incomparably sturdy. The 600,000 bronze men attacked in all directions but could not break through. The bronze men outside could not touch it. They wanted to destroy the calligraphy pieces, but with a dash, they entered the cage of righteousness. 400,000 bronze men attacked the city but could not break through. Pujuan was also a little anxious. He looked coldly at the cage of righteousness in the distance. You want to divide my army into 2? So that I can't break through the city. Then I won't break through the city. I will destroy your 4 calligraphy pieces first. Pujuan shouted coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! The 400,000 bronze men attacking the city suddenly stopped and broke into the cage of righteousness. Oh no! Sima Changkong's expression changed. The power of 1,000,000 bronze men gathered together was too great after all. The interference of 6 million Gaochen's little spirits was limited. He suddenly attacked with all his might. Boom! With a loud noise, a crack appeared on the 4 walls of nature of righteousness. Ah! The group of calligraphy masters were immediately sent flying by the powerful recoil. Oh no! Quick, block it, quickly write. The calligraphy experts rushed forward in horror, grabbed their brushes, and quickly wrote. Break! Pujuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky. Under the full force of 1,000,000 bronze men, the cage of righteousness burst open. Tear, 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 tear! With 4 loud noises, the 4 super-huge calligraphy pieces suddenly turned into pieces and drifted into the air. The 1,000,000 bronze men were suddenly free. Ha 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 ha, calligraphy. Calligraphy is only so. Pajuan sneered. On the city tower, everyone's face darkened. Break through the city. Pajuan said coldly. Boom. The 1,000,000 bronze men attacked almost at the same time, bombarding the city tower. Boom. The city tower shook violently, and the soldiers were suddenly in an uproar. Gauchen, perhaps I was wrong. Ha, why don't you give it a try? Gu Hai's song. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. You should have let me do it earlier. Although Master's song isn't as good as mine, it's still very effective. Gauchen didn't forget to flatter himself for a moment. He waved his hand. Boom. The 6,000,000 little spirits were immediately put away. Oh. Not interfering with my bronze men. Pajuan, who was in the distance, was slightly surprised. It was because of these little spirits that his bronze men couldn't reach a consensus, and the destruction caused by them would be much less. But now, what was the North Star trying to do? Ding! Gauchen reached out and plucked. A huge heavenly zither appeared in the void, amplifying Gauchen's voice. Playing the zither. Ha, is it pathos or 10-sided ambush? Gauchen, I already know your song, and you still want to compete with me? Pajuan sneered. Ding, ding, ding. Gauchen's zither sounded. Along with the sound of the zither, there was suddenly a loud sound of war drums in the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, making everyone tremble. Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! The war drums shook the heavens and the earth. Under the powerful sound of the war drums, the floating snow trembled with the war drums. And there was a murderous aura in the war drums. The soldiers in the city who had been in an uproar suddenly felt their blood boil when they heard the sound of the war drums. Not 10-sided ambush. Pajuan raised his eyebrows. Dong! Dong, dong! Dong, dong, dong! The sound of the war drums became more and more frequent. Slowly, in the void, green illusory figures of soldiers were condensed, as if they were continuously beating the drums. There were especially many people beating the drums. At a glance, there were 1,000,000 people beating the drums. 1,000,000 drummers? Is this an army? Countless people were surprised. The sound of war drums could be heard during the battle, but there were only a few people beating the drums. However, what kind of scene was the North Star going to play? 1,000,000 people beating the drums? No wonder it was so shocking. However, 1,000,000 people beating the drums. What kind of battle was this? 1,000,000 people was a huge fighting force. How could he just let them beat the drums? Sima Changkong frowned and looked at the drummers in the sky. Ding, 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 ding. As the sound of the zither continued, the scene displayed by the zither Dao kept changing. There were 4,000,000 illusory figures of soldiers standing around the 1,000,000 drummers. Humph, these illusory figures condensed by the zither Dao are at most similar to the power of the innate realm. What's the use of them? 100 of my bronze men would be enough to annihilate them all. 1,000,000 drummers and 4,000,000 trashy soldiers. Gauchen, is that all you can do? Pajuan sneered. The 4,000,000 soldiers stood respectfully in all directions. The 1,000,000 drummers beat the drums and looked at the huge military tent that slowly appeared in the center. It was a military tent that was 300 meters tall. The general is mighty. The general will win. The general is invincible. The 4,000,000 soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, shaking the sky. Along with the earth-shaking drumming, a huge aura of, "The general is mighty," surged out, and a belief of victory suddenly soared into the sky. The belief of victory seemed to have infected everyone in an instant. In South Town City, everyone's blood was boiling. What kind of general was in that huge military tent? 1,000,000 drummers and 4,000,000 soldiers are just background. They just need to shout and gather the power of a peerless god of war for the general in the tent. How can there be such a strange song? What's the name? Sima Changkong said in surprise. General's order. Gu Hai answered the question of the ghost beside him. Chapter 296. Talk 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 talk. General is mighty. 1,000,000 war drums beat in unison. The shouts of 4,000,000 soldiers shook the world, making the blood of countless soldiers in South Mountain City boil. Those bronze men who were attacking South Town City also suddenly paused. A huge tent 300 meters tall appeared. All the zither cultivators bowed respectfully as they called out to a powerful war god in the tent. Although the tent with 4,000,000 soldiers and 1,000,000 war drums had not been opened yet, it already gave off an unrivaled and austere aura. Furthermore, as the war drums continued and the shouts continued, a huge aura seemed to gather in the tent. A storm surged out of the tent. What a ferocious and austere aura! Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. I have never seen such a ferocious war song before. Gathering the aura of millions of soldiers into one. A general's order. What kind of general is that? Sima Changkong asked. On the other side of the city gate tower, Jinmu of Silla sat on her throne. She did not interfere with Sima Changkong's battle but just watched quietly. Even when she felt extremely anxious earlier, Jinmu of Silla did not move at all. However, when this general's order came out, Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes and looked at the tent. Is this accumulating power? What a strong song! Jinmu of Silla revealed some doubts. Ding! 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 As Gaochen continued playing the zither, the storm outside the tent grew stronger. In the distance, Pajuan's expression turned cold. Humph! Trying to be mysterious. Go and destroy it. Pajuan shouted coldly. The bronze men in South Mountain City immediately paused and turned their heads. The ones closest to Pajuan quickly flew to the entrance of the tent. Ding! 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 Gaochen's complexion turned ashen. Master, this song is not difficult to play. However, how can it be easy for me to infuse all my mental energy and aura into it? I'm exhausted. Roar! Roar! Hundreds of bronze men charged at the entrance of the tent. It looked like they would destroy the tent if they got close. Talk 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 talk. General is mighty. The sound of battle drums and roars resounded throughout the world. The hundreds of bronze men were about to reach the tent. Raise the tent. The 4,000,000 soldiers roared in unison. As he shouted, he saw the tent suddenly open. Hundreds of bronze men also instantly approached. The instant the tent opened, a huge river suddenly gushed out from within, gushing out ferociously. However, what the river carried was not water but many ferocious saber chi. It tore through everything, sweeping away everything before it. Hundreds of bronze men sent out manifested palm strikes to meet it. Boom, 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 boom. The palm force was completely crushed by the saber river. Even after it was crushed, the saber river was still ferocious as it charged toward the hundreds of bronze men. Boom! With a loud bang, the several hundred bronze men that were charging over were sent flying out like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden. He didn't even have the time to scream before he was sent flying in all directions by the rolling river of blades. Hiss! Saber chi! No, it was the aura. The moment the aura of this general was released, he sent hundreds of bronze men flying. Just how strong is this general? Countless soldiers in the city revealed looks of horror. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither contained a kind of earth-shattering charm that could only be displayed by the Swona. In an instant, the aura fermented. After the Saber River sent hundreds of bronze men flying, it immediately soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth. Countless saber chi surged in all directions, wreaking havoc ferociously. At the tent, the saber chi was the most abundant. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, making it blurry. General is mighty. The 4 million soldiers shouted in unison. However, they saw that the tent disappeared in the smoke and dust, gradually revealing a figure that was 10 feet tall. They could vaguely see the outline of the figure. It was a general in armor. The general wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. On his back, there were 4 large flags. On the flags, there was a large golden word embroidered on each flag. Invincible. The large flag fluttered in the wind, giving off a rustling sound. However, the words, invincible, on it shocked the countless soldiers in Jinan City. More importantly, it was the general's face. In the distance, when Gu Hai and the millions of ghosts saw the general's face, they gaped in shock. On the city gate tower, Jinmu of Silla, Sima Changkong, Venerable Lun Yen, and the soldiers all showed strange expressions. Gu Hai. Pajuan said in shock from the distance. The general carrying the banner that read unrivaled under the heavens actually looked like Gu Hai. This scene stunned defeating armies for a long time. My master created this song. Of course, I have to use my master's face. Gao Chen explained to Venerable Lun Yen, who was beside him. The general slowly charged out of the smoke, showing a ferocious expression. He raised his head to look at the sky, at the dark clouds of fate that misery had gathered. General is mighty. Thud. 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 War drums and shouts echoed. The general pinched a phoenix wing on his head, showing a ferocious expression. With this general here, you dare to be impudent? The general glared and pointed to the sky. Boom! The saber chi in the surroundings suddenly gathered, forming a long saber chi dragon that charged at the dark clouds of fate in the sky. Roar! The long saber chi dragon roared ferociously. Everywhere it went, the world suddenly turned cold. The dark clouds of fate trembled, and surging lightning struck the long saber chi dragon. Rumble! Millions of lightning bolts struck, but not only did the long saber chi dragon not shatter, it even swelled up. Suddenly, it grew 100 times larger and gave off boundless lightning bolts. Bastard! Pajuan's expression changed. Roar! Boundless lightning bolts suddenly gathered in the dark clouds of fate, forming a huge lightning dragon that was equal to the long saber chi dragon. The lightning dragon showed a ferocious expression as it roared at the long saber chi dragon below. The 2 dragons roared at each other and clashed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Hong! Under the huge collision, the world suddenly brightened up. It was so bright that countless people couldn't open their eyes for a moment. The huge shock wave seemed to kick up a storm that blew in all directions. From Jinan City to where Pajuan was, tens of thousands of kilometers away, sand and stones were blown up by the storm. Dust soared into the sky, making it hazy. Broken. The dark clouds of fate are broken. General, the dark clouds are broken. Gu Hai broke the tragic world again. The countless soldiers in the city immediately cheered. However, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already shattered. The long saber chi dragon and the lightning dragon exploded. I can see it. I can see it. I'm not deaf anymore. The tragic world cut off my 5 senses. They're all healed. The countless soldiers in the city who had been affected in the past cheered in excitement. No, impossible. Pajuan goggled in disbelief. General is mighty. General is invincible. General is mighty. The 4 million Zither Dao soldiers continued to cheer. General, to catch bandits, first capture the leader. Capture the bandit leader and return to the court. A shout suddenly came from the void. Yes, sir. The general abruptly replied. With this shout, Pajuan suddenly felt a great threat enveloping him. What? To catch bandits, first capture the leader. To capture me? Bastard! All bronze men, attack this general. Destroy him. Destroy him. Pajuan cried out in alarm. Rumble. All of a sudden, 1 million bronze men pounced at the general. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the general was buried in the center of the tens of thousands of bronze men, surrounded by them. Break! The general roared. Boom! The tens of thousands of bronze men were suddenly sent flying by a powerful force. In an instant, they exploded, shocking the countless soldiers in Jinan City. How is this possible? That general sent tens of thousands of bronze men flying with one punch? Someone exclaimed. No, the general's fist must have hit the little spirit in the bronze men. The little spirit was sent flying. Isn't that right, Gaochen? Sima Changkong narrowed her eyes. At the side, Gaochen's face was pale. Previously, it was extremely difficult to play this song, especially when he had put all his focus and energy into it. Gaochen had no energy to speak to others. It had indeed hit the little spirit, but to outsiders, it looked like it had hit the bronze men. Boom! 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 The general ran quickly toward the army destroyer. Not to mention his nimble body, the power of his punches shocked countless soldiers. With one punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. With another punch, hundreds of bronze men were sent flying. Taking the general's head in the midst of an army of 10,000. The general was so fierce. Along the way, more and more bronze men appeared, but they were no match for him. He could send hundreds or thousands of them flying with one punch. For a moment, the area from Jinan City to where Pajuan was filled with bronze men sent flying. Quick, go back and kill him for me. Kill him. Defeating armies roared as he glared. The general was getting closer and closer. Misery was useless. 1 million bronze men were like paper in front of him. Smash, explode. Smash, explode. They were sent flying with one punch. Ha! The general continued to run toward Pajuan. His speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he was halfway there. Along the way, at least 100,000 bronze men were sent flying with one punch. That invincible scene was extremely shocking in the eyes of the countless soldiers in Jinan City. Those were bronze men at the peak of the nascent soul realm. They were like ants being sent flying by the general. It was a defeated army. One man. Defeating 1,000 soldiers with 2 fists. On the fierce battlefield, only the general's figure could be seen, because nothing else was important. The general's 2 fists had defeated everything. Invincible. Chapter 297. Boom. Once the general appeared, no one dared to challenge him. He charged toward Pajuan among the 1,000,000 bronze men as if he was walking on flat ground. Before this, who would have thought that he could charge through the 1,000,000 bronze men army? This was an invincible army that could not be defeated. However, before the general, they were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. He could send thousands of them flying with one punch. On South Town City, all the soldiers looked into the distance and clenched their fists as they listened to the music. We can win. We can destroy Pajuan. The general is mighty. On the city tower, the South Town City army cheered excitedly. At this moment, Gaochen's face was pale. Obviously, this music was not easy to play. Damn it, hurry up. Gaochen said anxiously. It was not difficult to play the music, but it was extremely difficult to focus all of one's attention on it. Gao Chen did not know how long he could last. The general shouted and sent a group of bronze men flying with one punch. He was getting closer and closer to Pejuan. For the first time, fear appeared on Pejuan's face. "Block it! Block it! Bastard!" Pejuan shouted in fear. The million bronze men immediately surrounded Pejuan, forming a thick human wall to face the charging peerless general. Ha 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 ha! The general was in high spirits as he roared toward the sky. The million bronze men stood in front of him, but the general had a look of disdain. "General's order, army destroyer." The general's face was ferocious as he roared and punched out. Boom! He hit the group of bronze men again. Ka! 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 The bronze men blocked one another. This time, the bronze men were not sent flying. Instead, they were pushed back slightly. This was because the million bronze men blocked the general at the same time, preventing him from advancing. He blocked it. The soldiers on the city tower in the distance were shocked. He can block it now, but not forever. Sima Changkong said with a ferocious expression. "Gao Chen, keep playing, keep breaking, victory is in our grasp." Sima Changkong turned his head with a smile. Gao Chen was sweating profusely. I can't hold on for much longer. Master's song is too exhausting. It's not as good as my song. Sima Changkong frowned. Boom! 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 Under the general's series of attacks, the 1,000,000 bronze men worked together. Although they could send one or two flying with a punch, as a whole, they managed to withstand the attacks. Mighty General! General is invincible! Shouts could be heard from afar. Pejuan let out a long sigh. Ha 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 ha, I understand. Gao Chen, you really are going all out. You can't break through my million-strong army. You can't hold on for long. Ha 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 ha. General's order, army break. The general roared again. This time, he used all his strength and punched forward. Boom! The bronze men's surface emitted green light. The general's body also emitted golden light. The two sides were in a stalemate, and there was no clear winner. Where Gu Hai was. Everyone, according to what you said, this general is a spirit that is attacking the bronze men from a distance. The group of spirits is being held back by the general. Spirits are spirits, and so are you. I'll have to trouble you to give it a try. Gu Hai looked at the 1,000,000 ghosts. Benefactor, you're too polite. We'll give it a try. The million spirits answered. Boom! The million spirits flew toward the battlefield. In the distance, Gao Chen was sweating profusely. It's over, it's over. I can't hold on for much longer. Sima Changkong's face was anxious. He immediately found a subordinate, General Ma, I'll have to trouble you. The subordinate had a bitter expression. I just opened the Celestial Palace. If I can't even deal with the invincible general, how can I deal with the 1,000,000 bronze men? Gao Chen, continue. Your Majesty, Sima Changkong and Gu Hai stayed at Mo Yike's residence for a long time, but Mo Yike did not report it. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Mo Yike is the spy. A group of subordinates reported anxiously. However, Liu Yang's face was gloomy. He did not say a word until he reached Mo Yike's residence. Your Majesty. 10 servants came forward to welcome him. Where is Mo Yike? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. We don't know. A group of servants said blankly. You don't know? I arranged for you to stay in the Mo residence to watch over Mo Yike. You say you don't know? Liu Yang said coldly. The 10 servants had bitter expressions. We might have been discovered by Mr. Mo. We don't know why, but we fainted together. When we woke up, Mr. Mo was gone. Search. Liu Yang's face was gloomy. A group of subordinates quickly searched the Mo residence. On the side, an official frowned and said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince might know where Mr. Mo is." Liu Yang turned to look at him. The Crown Prince, Luan, has been holding a grudge against Mr. Mo ever since he was sent to prison because of Mr. Mo. He has said many times that Mr. Mo is a spy. We didn't take it seriously at first, but Luan has been keeping an eye on him. 2 days ago, the Crown Prince mentioned this again, and the Emperor reprimanded him. The official said respectfully. "Where is Luan?" Liu Yang asked in a low voice. According to reports from the camp, the Crown Prince took 10 giant dragons out of the camp last night. Maybe he went to chase after Mr. Mo? The official asked curiously. On a flying boat in the south of Ying province. Mo Yike stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. A group of men in black stood behind him. One of them knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Sir, these days, you've been fishing in the day and holding banquets at night. You've used the time at night to arrange missions for us. We've already spread the word and arranged everything. I've arranged everything, but whether it can be done well depends on the results." Mo Yike said calmly. "Yes, sir." "All right, stop the flying boat for a while. We've been following it for half a day. There shouldn't be anyone here." Mo Yike smiled coldly. Boom. The flying boat suddenly stopped. At the same time, there was another flying boat hidden in the clouds high in the sky. Seeing Mo Yike's flying boat stop, they stopped as well. "Come out, young masterin," Mo Yike said calmly. Roar. Roar. A series of giant dragon roars sounded. The flying boat in the sky was put away. The 10 sin dragons all looked ferocious as they swooped down. Luan stood on the head of one of the sin dragons. "Mo Yike, you're indeed a spy. Today, I've finally caught you. You can't escape," young Masterin said with a ferocious expression. "Ha, ever since you got out of the heavenly prison, you've been going against me. As long as I'm right, you're wrong. Ha, young Masterin, do you know? These days, I've been reflecting on myself. My biggest failure is you. Do you know?" Mo Yike took a deep breath and said calmly. "Oh." Young Masterin revealed a trace of unexpected pride. He thought that Mo Yike was praising him. "In my plan, I could have helped Liu Yang conquer Yong province. Unfortunately, everything was lost at your hands. I did not lose to an opponent like Gu Hai. I did not fear Gu Hai. I lost to a pig-like teammate like you. Unexpectedly, you alone put Liu Yang's army in such an awkward situation. I should have replaced you long ago. I should have done that long ago." Mo Yike showed a regretful expression. However, young Master N's expression turned sullen. "You spy, how dare you say that about me?" "Humph. Mo Yike, none of you can escape today. I will not give you a chance to slander me in front of my grandfather. Today, I will leave you all here." "Oh. Ha. These are the 10 sin dragons that escaped from 9-5 Island? You want to use them to kill me?" Mo Yike showed a cold smile. Roar. Roar. The 10 sin dragons roared, showing ferocious expressions. "So what if they are? Eat them all," young Masterin said with a ferocious expression. Mo Yike smiled faintly but did not move. However, the 20 black-clad men behind Mo Yike suddenly released dense black energy from their bodies. The black chi carried with it a sinister aura as it gushed out, suddenly dyeing the surrounding sky and earth black. The dragons paused for a moment. Then, the 20 black-clad men's eyes suddenly released a red light, and 2 blood-red fangs appeared in their mouths. "This is..." Young Master N's expression changed. Mister, this insignificant one has never drunk dragon blood before. This time. One of the black-clad men said with a smile. Go, then. Be quick. Mo Yike said indifferently. The 20 black-clad men immediately ran towards the dragons on the deck. As they ran, the black energy around them suddenly swelled again. Bang! The 20 black-clad men immediately exploded, instantly turning into countless bats that surged out of the black energy. Squeak! 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 The 20 black-clad men turned into 200,000 blood-sucking bats and charged at young Master N and the dragons. What? The dragons' expressions changed. Blood-sucking bats? Mo Yike, you are from the Day One Imperial Dynasty. You are indeed a spy. You. Young Master N cried out in alarm. Boom. The dragons and young Master N were immediately surrounded by countless bats. Roar! Roar! The dragons cried out in pain. Ah! Run! Run! Save me! Young Master N cried out in horror. Black energy surged in all directions as countless bats madly gnawed at the dragons. The dragons wanted to escape, but after struggling for a while in the black energy, they could not break free. In the blink of an eye, all the dragon blood in their bodies was sucked dry. No! No! Ah! The black energy was filled with despairing cries. Mo Yike stood on the deck and watched indifferently. Young Master N, because of you, my plan failed. Because of you, Liu Yang's army could only stop at Ying province. Sigh. I did not want to kill you, but you kept biting me like a mad dog. Ah! After a series of miserable cries, the black energy gradually fell silent. Squeak! 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 As the rolling bats cried out, they all returned to the deck. Their figures shrank, and they turned into 20 black-clad men again. Many thanks for Mister's blood. The 20 black-clad men said respectfully. Not far away, young Master N and the 10 Sin dragons turned into withered corpses. Pack up. We should return. Mo Yike said indifferently. Yes. The group of black-clad men said respectfully. Chapter 298. Outside Jinan City, Gu Hai's general's order and 1 million ghosts defeated Pejuan's misery and 1 million Qin figurines. After the battle ended, a large number of experts flew out of Jinan City to clean up the battlefield. A flying ship carried a large number of soldiers to hunt down the other living people in Pejuan's camp. The bronze men were weapons of war. However, they could not end up in the hands of others so easily. This was especially so after this huge battle. Everyone had a better understanding of the bronze men. The most elite soldiers were in charge of cleaning up the bronze men. Gu Hai did not remain idle. Instead, he headed to the battlefield and picked up Pejuan's pieces. Defeating armies had already turned into a pile of minced corpses. When the elite soldiers came over, they treated Gu Hai rather politely. After all, Gu Hai contributed the most in this battle. No one dared to stop Gu Hai from picking out Pejuan's pieces. After placing Pejuan's corpse in a coffin, Gu Hai gave instructions to the 1 million ghosts. Then, he took out the white cloud flying ship and headed for Jinan City. Whoosh! The flying ship soon arrived at Jinan City. Master, I'm incredible, right? Gao Chen jumped over excitedly. Mr. Good, it's all thanks to you this time. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he looked at Venerable Lu Nian and asked, "Where's Long Wanyu?" Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, "Gu Hai, fortunately, you are here. Long Wanyu is fine." However, when Gao Chen brought her back, she went crazy, desperately calling for people to save you. I had no choice but to put her to sleep for a while. Now, she is resting in the back. She went crazy, desperately calling for people to save her. Gu Hai revealed a warm smile. Although Long Wanyu was willful, she was not a bad person. It's good that she is fine. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Just at this moment, Jinmu of Silla slowly walked over. Mr. Good. Jinmu of Silla smiled. Grand Marshal. Everyone around bowed. Greetings, Grand Marshal. Gu Hai smiled. What an amazing general's order. In this battle, Mr. Good has made a great contribution. Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. Grand Marshal, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Gu Hai said politely. 1,000,000 bronze men need to be dealt with by His Holiness. You, Pajuan's corpse. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and opened the lid of the coffin that contained Pajuan's corpse. Inside, Pajuan's corpse was already torn to pieces, causing everyone to frown slightly. Pajuan's corpse is already in pieces. Grand Marshal, don't worry. Gu Hai smiled. After that, he flipped his hand and put away Pajuan's corpse. Jinmu of Silla smiled but didn't say anything. Mr. Good has made a great contribution this time. I need to report this to His Holiness. As for the song, General's Order. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai. It's fine. It's just a song. Gaochen, send the complete song to Grand Marshal later. Gu Hai looked at Gaochen. Oh. Gaochen nodded indifferently. Once the General's Order was played, it was no longer a secret. Most Guqin masters would remember it. They just had to describe it again to prevent missing anything. If that's the case, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Good. Jinmu of Silla smiled slightly. Grand Marshal, you're too polite. Now that Pajuan has been defeated, it's time to follow up on the victory. Grand Marshal is very busy every day, so I won't disturb you any further. Gu Hai smiled. Jinmu of Silla nodded and left the tower. Just as Gu Hai said, this was the time for all the armies to attack with all their might. Jinmu of Silla still had a lot of things to arrange. The blood qi in the army is too strong. I was afraid that it would hurt those ghosts, so I had them stay far away. These ghosts have been smelted by Mr. Dongfang, so they can't be reincarnated now. I wonder if Mr. Sima and Master Lun Yan have a way to let them reincarnate in the netherworld? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Oh. Sima Changkong squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. These are the dead soldiers of the two armies. Lu Yang gave them to Mr. Dongfang to be smelted. Gu Hai explained. Lu Yang's army. Mr. Sima's eyes lit up. That's right. Mr. Sima can ask them for help. Go to Lu Yang's army and spread the news that Lu Yang is cold-blooded. This will destroy the morale of the Deng dynasty's subjects. However, after this, I hope that they will have a good home. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Good, this Deng dynasty, from the beginning to the end, you were the one who destroyed it. As long as these ghosts appeared in front of Lu Yang's army, the morale of Lu Yang's army would drop. Good, good, good. Sima Changkong said good 3 times in a row. Gu Hai, don't worry. I can release their souls. This way, they can be reincarnated. Master Lun Yan explained. Then, I will have to trouble Venerable. Gu Hai nodded. It's just that. Master Lun Yan looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Gu Hai felt a little bitter. Master, you care about Long Xiaoye. It's a pity, sigh. Gu Hai told Master Lun Yan about the news he had gotten from Mr. Dongfang. Long Xiaoye's heaven soul and earth soul had been destroyed. Her human soul was even more shattered and had been forcibly pieced together. Ha, ha ha ha. Master Lun Yan put his palms together and looked up at the sky. he revealed a sad smile. He did not speak, but 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Then, he turned his head and walked away dispiritedly, leaving behind a bleak figure. 2 feelings are not fated in this life. The ancient Buddha lamp will accompany me for many years. Sima Changkong sighed softly. Gu Hai sighed softly as well. When Gu Hai returned to his residence, he found Mu Chen Feng and gave her some instructions. Then, he went to Long Wanyu's residence. Mr. Good. Long Wanyu's subordinate greeted respectfully. How's the cluster princess? Gu Hai looked at that person. The cluster princess is fine. She just fell asleep. However, she kept calling out for Mr. in her dreams. That subordinate said respectfully. Oh. Under the guidance of the subordinate, Gu Hai saw Long Wanyu on the bed in the room. Long Wanyu was asleep, but her face was filled with horror. Elder sister, mother, I'm scared. Elder sister, when are you coming back? Long Wanyu's sleeping face showed some horror. Gu Hai sighed softly. When is Wanqing coming back? I don't know, either. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu suddenly screamed and woke up. As she screamed, she broke out in a cold sweat. The moment she woke up, she jumped up. Quick, save my brother-in-law. Quick, save my brother-in-law. Help. Help. Long Wanyu screamed in horror. After calling out twice, Long Wanyu suddenly discovered that she was in her room. She felt slightly stunned. However, she still showed an anxious expression. She turned her head and wanted to rush out. Then, she happened to see Gu Hai standing nearby with a smile. Ah! Long Wanyu suddenly screamed. Long Wanyu, you're finally willing to call me brother-in-law. Gu Hai smiled. Long Wanyu rubbed her eyes. After confirming that it was Gu Hai, her face suddenly showed great joy. However, just as she was about to smile, she felt embarrassed. Who's calling you brother-in-law? Long Wanyu suddenly pouted and said with a straight face. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Gu Hai. Well, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. In the future, if you feel a great danger, stay far away. Don't force yourself. Gu Hai said with a smile. It's none of your business. I. Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with regret. Elder sister, brother-in-law, how did you escape? Long Wanyu finally called out her brother-in-law. Thanks to your token. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mine? Long Wanyu revealed a confused expression. This is it. Your father left this for you. Gu Hai took out the black jade talisman. Initially, Long Wanyu was in a good mood. However, when she saw the black jade talisman, her mood immediately soured. He is not my father. I don't have such a father. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, however, it saved me in the end, right? I don't want it. I don't want it. Since it saved you, you can keep it. I don't want it. I don't want anything from him. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. All right. In that case, I'll help you keep it for now. Gu Hai stayed in Jinan City for a few days. Venerable Lu Nian adjusted his mood and helped release some of the ghosts. However, Sima Changkong made use of some of the ghosts from Lu Yang's army to break the enemy's morale. Gao Xianji led Legio 6 into battle. Gu Hai sat in his small courtyard, rearranging the 30-pair world Go puzzle. Long Wanyu frequently came to disturb him. On this day, Long Wanyu came again. Brother-in-law, how did you and my elder sister get to know each other back then? Can you tell me about it? Gu Hai put down the ghost stone. Just as he was about to explain with a smile, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. Suddenly, boundless, surging luck appeared in the air above Gu Hai's small courtyard. The luck surged and rushed at Gu Hai. The surging luck surged in the air above the small courtyard, causing countless people in Jinan City to reveal shocked expressions. Jinmu of Silla and Sima Changkong were discussing the situation at the front lines when they suddenly saw surging yellow clouds in the distance. Luck? This is gathering at Gu Hai's residence. Jinmu of Silla said in shock. Where did so much luck come from? Sima Changkong also said in shock. In the small courtyard, Long Wanyu watched in amazement as Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and quickly absorbed the luck that suddenly appeared. The luck that appeared out of nowhere stunned Gu Hai slightly. As he absorbed the luck, he vaguely heard a voice. People of the Xinlu dynasty, I, Huangfu Chaoga, have let you down and caused you to live in fear all these years. I, Huangfu Chaoga, am incompetent, and I don't know how long the Xinlu dynasty can hold on. I am not a competent emperor, and I am not far from the end of my life. The Xinlu dynasty is at the center of war, and the following time will definitely be more chaotic. Today, on my deathbed, I have made the following arrangements. I entrust the country to Gu Hai of the Han dynasty. It is my incompetence that caused the chaos of war to continue. I hope that Gu Hai of the Han dynasty can lead you to happiness and stability. People of the Xinlu dynasty, this is the last time I talk to you. I am ashamed to face you all. Your Majesty, we only respect you. Your Majesty, please don't. If you leave, what will we do? Your Majesty, you can't leave us behind. Chapter 299. On the city gate tower of Jinan City. Jinmu of Silla stood with her hands behind her back as she watched the flying ship disappear into the horizon. Gu Hai left? Jinmu of Silla asked calmly. Yes, Grand Marshal. Gu Hai took away Gaochen and more than 200 officials from 95 Island. Sima Changkong nodded. The fate of the Xinlu dynasty. Huangfu Chaoga entrusted the country to Gu Hai. Ha, Gu Hai is really popular. Jinmu of Silla revealed a complicated smile. Huangfu Chaoga pursued Long Xiaoye all her life, and Long Wanqing is Gu Hai's husband. Love me, love my dog. However, the Xinlu dynasty? It won't be so easy to accept this time. Sima Changkong frowned. Maybe it's good that Gu Hai went and tried his luck. Jinmu of Silla smiled faintly. Gu Hai wants to leave, and Princess Wanyu wants to go with him. However, His Holiness has decreed, and no one dares to let her go far. Hence, Princess Wanyu is still throwing a tantrum. However, I heard that she's preparing to go to the imperial capital to reason with His Holiness. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. No one could do anything about Long Wanyu no matter how much she threw a tantrum. Jinmu of Silla nodded. It was a close call earlier, but it was a close call. If anything happened to Long Wanyu, it would be difficult to explain to His Holiness. By the way, Grand Marshal, when Princess Wanyu and Gu Hai entered Mr. Dongfang's formation, you were paying attention? Sima Changkong asked in confusion. Jinmu of Silla nodded. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the mountain of bones in the distance. That bone mountain is very strange. How did it come about? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Jinmu of Silla stared in the direction where Gu Hai had left. This Gu Hai is not ordinary. There are many secrets. Oh. He destroyed the century lifespan immortality peach tree. As for this bone mountain region, I don't know how he did it either. However, Mr. Dongfang is not dead. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Oh. To be precise, the Mr. Dongfang that Gu Hai encountered earlier was only a human-shaped puppet that Mr. Dongfang had refined. How could Mr. Dongfang be so easily destroyed by Gu Hai, a golden core realm cultivator? Ha! Jinmu of Silla showed a complicated expression as she looked at the mountain of bones in the distance. Sima Changkong frowned and nodded. Now, destroy Lu Yang's rebellion as quickly as possible. Our matter has just begun. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Changkong nodded. Jinmu of Silla turned around to leave. However, before she left, her gaze lingered on the mountain of bones in the distance. In the end, she narrowed her eyes and turned around to leave. 10 days later, Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Villa Master Yun Mo had recuperated for more than half a year. The citizens of Silver Moon City no longer looked down on Yun Mo's Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Zither was sold in the first Zither Pavilion on this street. It had always been the best location. Hence, its sales were also the highest. Silver Moon Mountain Villa's reputation was slowly recovering. Inside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Yun Mo brought a few trusted aides and personally received Mu Chen Feng. There was a coffin behind Mu Chen Feng. A few disciples frowned as they looked at the coffin. They were unhappy, but they did not do anything. Leader Mu, what are you doing? Yun Mo asked curiously. Villa Master Yun, the clan leader, asked me to send this to you. I hope it will be useful for your zither casting. Mu Chen Feng said politely. Oh. Mu Chen Feng revealed a trace of doubt. A group of disciples opened the coffin. Boom. The coffin lid opened with a loud bang. Ah, dismembered corpse. Ah, what is this? A group of disciples suddenly changed their expressions. They were frightened. Silver Moon Mountain Villa was a family of zither. They played with elegant art. You suddenly sent a coffin of dismembered corpse. Is this an insult to Silver Moon Mountain Villa? A group of disciples immediately looked at Mu Chen Feng angrily. Mu Chen Feng looked at Yun Mo expressionlessly. Yun Mo heard everyone's shouts and frowned. He walked closer to take a closer look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was even a flash of excitement in his eyes. This is... Yun Mo shouted in surprise. Seeing Yun Mo's surprise, the group of disciples was confused. What was there to see about a dismembered corpse? Why did the Villa Master have such an expression? Villa Master Yun, the clan leader, said that this thing is broken. He hopes it can help you. He hopes that you can revive it one day or create more zither in coffins. Mu Chen Feng smiled. Zither in coffin? Everyone was confused. Thank you, clan leader Gu. Yun Mo said happily. It's great that Villa Master Yun likes it. I'll take my leave too. Mu Chen Feng smiled. See you off, leader Mu. Yun Mo said politely. The group sent Mu Chen Feng away and returned to the main hall. Villa Master, what is this dismembered corpse in the coffin? Villa Master, you mentioned a zither in the coffin. Is this? Everyone looked at Yun Mo expectantly. Heaven grade zither, Pajuan. Yun Mo said with a smile. Heaven grade zither. The group of disciples exclaimed excitedly. Heaven grade zither were the highest achievement of a zither maker. Silver Moon Villa had a heaven grade zither in the past, but they couldn't keep it. Now, Gu Hai had given them another one. Although it was broken, it was still a great treasure for a zither maker. Alright, everyone, go back and rest. In 3 days, we will try to repair this heaven grade zither. Yun Mo said with a smile. Yes. Everyone said excitedly. Thousand Island Sea, 95 Island. At this moment, there were 3 people standing in front of the Great Han Dynasty's imperial palace. One of them was wearing a black robe with the image of a sun on his chest. The other was a woman in a white robe. She was wrapped in the white robe and had a graceful figure. The third was a burly man with a full beard. Cui Tai, are you sure that this is where that Gu Hai lives? The black-robed man asked indifferently. Yes, Great Myojin. This subordinate already investigated. This is the place, Gu Hai of 95 Island. The burly man, Cui Tai, said respectfully. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and said, Great Myojin, this Gu Hai does not seem like what you described. Or rather, he is even more outstanding than you described. Humph. He is just lucky. The great Myojin said indifferently. At the same time, in an underwater palace in the sea region north of 95 Island, the Xuanwu clan elder, Miao Chen, suddenly raised his eyebrows, shock flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Miao Chen instantly charged out of the sea, his figure flashing as he headed for the palace of Dahan. Huh! Someone is coming. The great Myojin said, feeling bewildered. Whoosh! Miao Chen instantly arrived before Miao Chen. Cui Tai. Miao Chen goggled. Elder Miao, long time no see. Cui Tai smiled faintly. Cui Tai, you still have the face to return. Humph. Back then, if not for you, my Xuanwu clan would not have ended up in a state of disunity. Why did you return? Miao Chen glared. Cui Tai said indifferently, Elder Miao, you are a Xuanwu clan elder, and I am also a Xuanwu clan elder. However, a prime fell, and my Xuanwu clan's deity was destroyed. The Xuanwu clan banded together. At that time, how many large races targeted us? What was wrong with me telling everyone to scatter? It is because of you that my Xuanwu clan suffered heavy casualties. Miao Chen said hatefully while glaring. Ha! Suffered heavy casualties? Without me, who knows if the Xuanwu clan would still be around? I have already found a refuge for the Xuanwu clan. How about Elder Miao lead your subordinates and come with me? Cui Tai smiled. Refuge? Miao Chen looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. Solar Divine Palace. What do you think? Cui Tai smiled. However, Miao Chen's pupils constricted. Then, Miao Chen revealed a cold smile and said, haha. Back then, when a prime was around, he was never willing to submit to anyone. Solar Divine Palace was no exception. Now, you want to go to Solar Divine Palace to be that person's dog? You bastard. Miao Chen, I worked hard so that the Xuanwu clan could continue to flourish. I do not want to watch you fall into destruction, so I came to advise you out of goodwill. Don't be so ungrateful. Cui Tai said while glaring. There's no need. We cannot accept your good intentions. I have already led my subordinates and agreed to form an alliance with the Han Royal Dynasty, becoming the Han Royal Dynasty's national beast. I firmly believe that my Xuanwu clan can stand up even if we do not submit to anyone. Miao Chen said coldly. Good ambition. The black-clad Great Myojin said indifferently. However, Miao Chen looked at the Great Myojin with narrowed eyes. You are the Great Myojin? Elder Miao, how have you been? The Great Myojin asked with a smile. Great Myojin, why are you here at 95 Island? Miao Chen glared. We are looking for Gu Hai, not you. There is no need to worry. However, unexpectedly, Gu Hai has already established the Han Royal Dynasty in the short time we have not seen each other. To think that there is so much luck floating in the air on such an insignificant island? The Great Myojin looked at the surging luck in confusion. Great Myojin, that Gu Hai must be just lucky. Back then, he was only an innate realm cultivator. It has only been 1 or 2 years. What future can he have? Elder Miao. Ha! I do not understand. You already opened a heavenly palace. Why are you messing around with an innate realm brat? Forming an alliance? Ha 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 ha. You are regressing, right? Cui Tai sneered. It is not up to you to interfere in my matters. Ha! Cui Tai, it does not matter if you look down on the Dahan. Sooner or later, the Dahan will be like the Sky Chess Pavilion, standing tall in the world. At that time, my Xuanwu race will prosper again. Miao Chen said coldly. The height of the Sky Chess Pavilion? What a joke. With that Gu Hai. With this 95 Island? The 95 Island gathering so much luck is already the limit. What about the Han Dynasty? What a laughable dynasty. I believe that it will only have so much luck at most until it falls. Cui Tai said in disdain. Are you that sure? Miao Qin demanded coldly. However, Cui Tai wanted to prove himself before Miao Chen and deny him. Naturally, he insisted, I am sure. How many people does the Thousand Island Sea have? If it can increase, I will be your grandson. Just as Cui Tai finished speaking, rumble. The sky roared. Suddenly, surging luck gathered above the Dahan Imperial Palace from the southwest. The moment the surging luck arrived, it instantly merged with the Dahan's luck. The luck churned endlessly amid loud sounds. In the blink of an eye, the Han dynasty's luck tripled. Cui Tai. Chapter 300. Jinnan City. In the study room of Jinmu of Silla. Jinmu of Silla sat in front of the desk, looking at a pile of documents in her hands. In front of her stood a group of strategists and Sima Changkong. Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes as she read. This batch of battle reports, Legio 6 won a great victory. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yes, Gao Xianji led the most ferocious troops. Every step she took was dangerous, but she won one victory after another. She defeated the most stubborn troops of the Emperor of Great Ing, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. The most stubborn troops. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. Oh, the other commanders were eager to gain merits and were afraid that this troop would delay them, so they gave it to Gao Xianji. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Oh. They gave the tough bone to Gao Xianji, and they ate the meat. Oh, ha, good, very good. Jinmu of Silla said coldly. However, Gao Xianji set up a clever plan to destroy this stubborn troop in the shortest time possible. She is indeed extraordinary. Sima Changkong exclaimed. Oh, ha, Gao Xianji. Jinmu of Silla gave a complicated smile. Jinmu of Silla's eyes became sharp as she laughed. Pass this battle report to the other commanders. You always say that you are brave in front of me. Let them see what an outsider of the innate realm has achieved in these 10 days. Humph. Yes. Sima Changkong replied. Reward Gao Xianji with 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, a spiritual jade rui, a nascent soul sword, and 100 elixirs of all kinds below the nascent soul level. Jinmu of Silla said calmly. Ah. Why are you bestowing so much? A strategist immediately raised his head and asked in astonishment. Jinmu of Silla turned her head and looked at him coldly. The strategist didn't dare to say anything. Are those ghosts of yours starting to mess with the enemy's morale? Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Changkong. Soon, the battlefield is getting closer to Lu Yang's Beiwang city. It's about time. Sima Changkong nodded. Beiwang city. In the military camp outside the city. A general was rallying the soldiers' morale. Brothers, how does the emperor treat us? Without the emperor, would we be where we are today? In Yingzhou, I only recognized the emperor. The Takashi Ryushin army on the other side is a tyrannical army. We only want to protect our homeland. It belonged to Ying province and the Great Ying imperial dynasty. Now, it is back in the hands of the emperor. What is wrong with that? Our brothers all died on the battlefield. Were your brothers included? Roared the general. Yes. The entire army shouted in unison. Who killed our brother? Takashi Ryushin's invading army. They killed our brothers. Should we take revenge? Yes. Pick up your weapons and prepare to follow me to serve the country and avenge our brothers. Revenge. 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 The shouts continued, and the morale of the army was finally raised. After the entire army had been shouting for a while, a group of blue balls of light suddenly appeared not far away. As soon as the balls of light appeared, the soldiers who had been shouting suddenly stopped. Big brother. The general from before looked at the figure in the light in surprise. Senior brother. Elder brother. Younger brother. There was an uproar in the camp because the blue light was filled with former brothers of the soldiers on the drill ground. Aren't you all dead? Ghosts? What's going on? The general was at a loss. The group of ghosts avoided the bloody aura of the entire army and carefully made their way to the high platform of the drill ground. Big brother, why didn't you reincarnate? We're about to avenge you. The general cried with red eyes. Avenge? Ha! Who are you avenging? Who are you working for? The leader of the ghosts revealed a bitter expression. What do you mean? We all worked for the emperor and the Deng dynasty. We disregarded our lives and fought against the Deqian celestial dynasty. We died on the battlefield. However, after we died, the emperor sold us out. The leader of the ghosts said bitterly. What do you mean? The general asked in shock. The leader of the ghosts recounted the events of the past. When the countless soldiers in the army heard this, their eyes widened. Clang! A soldier's sword fell to the ground. Everyone's breathing quickened. We worked so hard, but in the end, we couldn't even rest in peace after turning into ghosts. We were given to the demons by the emperor to use as fertilizer. The century lifespan immortality peach that the emperor bestowed was refined from the ghosts of our brothers. What I ate in the past was the ghosts of our brothers. My big brother's ghost. On the drill ground, everyone's faces were ashen. The emperor. What did we do wrong? Why did you treat us like this? We fought to the death for you, but we ended up with our souls destroyed. The ghosts cried. Clatter. 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 The sound of weapons falling to the ground rang out. Fighting to the death for the Deng dynasty? Ha! Was it worth it? However, the century lifespan immortality peach was eaten by the ghosts of our brothers? No, there were living people sent to be used as fertilizer. Eaten by living people? I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore either. In all directions of the barracks, such dejected voices could be heard. In Beiwang City, a group of strategists stood in front of Liu Yang's study. I was preparing to set up a military formation in Beiwang City. Why did this happen? One of the strategists said with an unsightly expression. It was Gu Hai. Your Majesty, news came from various places. Gu Hai saved the ghosts. Gu Hai released the ghosts to disrupt the morale of our army. Now, only 30% of the army around Beiwang City remains loyal to the emperor. 70% of the army changed sides and surrendered to the southern army. The strategists analyzed the situation with unsightly expressions. Liu Yang took a deep breath, and his expression turned sullen. At this moment, he suddenly felt an urge to need Mo Yike. If only Mo Yike were here. He could help me analyze the situation, unlike this group of strategists who only knew how to complain and panic. Gu Hai. Gu Hai again. Liu Yang showed a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, now that the morale of the Beiwang City army has fallen, we should quickly return to Ing capital. That's right, Your Majesty. If we return to Ing capital, Your Majesty can use the luck of the dynasty. No one can do anything to Your Majesty. The strategists tried to persuade him. Return to Ing capital. Then, he would officially announce to the world that his personal expedition this time was a complete failure and that he had to return to Ing capital. But now, was there still a chance of victory? Liu Yang of Gojoseon thought back to the past. He had Mo Yike, Pajuan, 1,000,000 bronze men, Ao Shun, the Dragon Tribe Army, Mr. Dongfang, and tens of millions of soldiers. But now, all of them had been destroyed by Gu Hai. Completely destroyed. Gu Hai. Just one Gu Hai had put him in such a difficult position. Liu Yang clenched his fists. For the first time, he regretted not listening to Mo Yike and sending the unborn man to assassinate Gu Hai. Of course, there was more resentment. He resented Gu Hai for destroying him. Your Majesty. The strategists tried to persuade him. Return to Ing capital. Lu Yang said unwillingly. Jinan City. Ha ha ha. Grand Marshal, Lu Yang has finally retreated. The soldiers Gu Hai saved are indeed comparable to thousands of soldiers. Lu Yang's army has lost its morale. The hearts of the people are not clear. The Deng dynasty is finished. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Return to Ing capital. Humph. All troops, continue to advance. After them. Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. Yes. On the White Cloud flying ship, Gu Hai used the providence from the Xinlu dynasty to refine the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. After the refinement, the providence was transmitted back to 9-5 Island. During this period of refinement, the dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal finally let out a sorrowful cry and was completely refined. The dragon vein closed its eyes and coiled around the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. When Gu Hai's consciousness sank into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the dragon vein suddenly opened its eyes. It was as if Gu Hai could control it with his consciousness, so it was very peaceful. The Dahan officials on the flying ship learned how to control the flying ship. At the same time, they found a few people in Jinan City who knew the way and had them pilot the flying ship. Your Majesty, the person who knows the way said that we are almost there, an official said respectfully as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Something's wrong. Master, there is a situation in Lushan City. We need to slow down. Gao Chen's expression immediately changed. Oh. Gu Hai walked to the front of the deck. The flying ship slowed down. While flying in the clouds, Xiao Chen looked down. The flying ship was still some distance away from Lushan City. However, at this moment, the boundless surroundings had changed. The land was barren for 500 kilometers. In the past, the land was lush and verdant, with countless plants. Now, only withered rocks and yellow earth remained. The land was yellow as far as the eye could see. Where are the plants? The officials asked in shock. Ha 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 ha. Strange noises could be heard coming from all directions. Gu Hai took a closer look and saw red locusts crawling all over the barren land. Locusts? Gu Hai frowned slightly. The locusts were gnawing at the roots of the trees. They were gnawing at all the plants. No, it was not just the plants. Gu Hai saw a swarm of locusts chasing after a cheetah in the distance. The cheetah ran a few steps before it was overwhelmed by the locusts. It screamed and fell to the ground. Before long, all that was left was a pile of bones. As far as the eye could see, there were countless skeletons scattered all over the barren land. Keep going. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The flying ship continued to fly. However, the closer they got to Lushan City, the more locusts they saw. They covered the sky and the earth. Apart from the ordinary locusts, there were also locusts that were 1 foot long. Some were even 3 meters long. They covered the sky and the earth. An army of locusts spread in all directions. Gu Hai saw a swarm of locusts in the distance. They were spitting out the armor of the Lushan dynasty's army. Clearly, they had eaten all the soldiers and spat out the armor that they did not eat. They even gnawed on the bones. The grand formation of Lushan City was activated. However, locusts crawled all over the grand formation and continuously gnawed at it. The city walls were also crawling with locusts. The barren land was filled with locusts. The locusts flew in the sky and crawled on the ground. When the officials of the Dahan saw this, their scalps went numb, and they broke out in cold sweat. The luck of Lushan City was gone. They could vaguely see some of the people in the city through the grand formation. At that moment, they all looked terrified. Their eyes were filled with despair. When the locusts passed through, not a single blade of grass grew. Chapter 301. The locusts had surrounded Foothill Divine City. In the north, there was a large locust colony. At this moment, there was a valley burning with flames. Gu Hai looked over and saw a man in red standing in the center of the flames. However, the man's head was not that of a human but that of a giant locust. It was obvious that he was the king of the locust army. Gu Hai and the others looked down from the clouds. The locust king seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned its head to look at the sky. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Gao Chen's expression changed. "Charge to Lu Shan City's gates." Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The flying boat rushed towards the city gates with a loud rumble. "Huangfu Chaoga, I am Gu Hai. Open the gates." Gu Hai's loud voice reverberated throughout the city. Roar! The Locust King pointed at Gu Hai's flying ship. Boom! The locusts swarmed toward the flying ship. However, the flying ship was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the city gates. The flying ship activated its array formation and knocked away a large number of locusts along the way. Countless locusts exploded. The flying ship arrived at the city gates. Boom! The gates opened at the right time. The white cloud crashed into the locusts and barged into the city gates. Clang! The city gates slammed shut again. Rumbling sounds came from the outside. Quick, help me hold them back. The locusts are ramming into the city gates. We can't let them in. A large number of soldiers in the city shouted. The locusts that had barged in earlier also attacked the soldiers guarding the city. Boom! Finally, the city gates were closed with the full force of a few rock men. As for the locusts that came in with the flying boats, they were quickly wiped out by the most destructive attacks of the soldiers in the city. Whoosh! Gu Hai put away the flying ship and looked at the battered soldiers in front of him. Mr. Good. The leader of the soldiers greeted Gu Hai respectfully with a worried expression when he saw him. Oh. I know you. Last time, you were with me and Huangfu Chaoga to destroy the Gengjin sect. Gu Hai recognized the general in front of him. Yes, that's me. The general said bitterly. All around, everyone had a worried expression. Where's Huangfu Chaoga? What was going on? These locusts can't be dealt with. Gu Hai asked with a frown. Mr. Good, come with me. I'll take you to see the emperor. The general said bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. He had the general board the airship and head for the imperial palace in the city. The general's face was filled with worry. What's wrong? What happened? Wasn't Huangfu Chaoga going to deal with the locusts? Where is Lu Shan? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Lu's stone god has already fallen. His Majesty also. The general said bitterly. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. He didn't ask any more questions. The airship quickly brought everyone to the imperial palace. As if knowing that Gu Hai was coming, the soldiers in the imperial palace respectfully led the airship to one of the main halls when they saw Gu Hai. The civil and military officials waited anxiously outside the hall. Mr. Good, His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Some of the officials Gu Hai was familiar with immediately came up to greet him. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. He had Gao Chen wait outside with the others. Gu Hai was led into the hall alone by the officials. The hall was filled with ice. In the center of the hall was a pool of ice. Huangfu Chaoga sat weakly inside, her hair disheveled. Waves of fire emanated from her body, melting the ice. The ice in the pool kept changing. Your Majesty, Mr. Good is here, the official leading the way said respectfully. In the ice pool, Huangfu Chaoge opened her eyes. A trace of bitterness flashed through her eyes. Gu Hai, you're finally here. Mr. Huangfu, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Good, Lu's stone god has fallen. Lu's stone god asked me to give this to you before he died. Huangfu Chaoge took out a jade box and handed it over. Gu Hai took the jade box with a trace of confusion. He opened it gently. Hum. Suddenly, a dazzling brown light gushed out of the box. This is... Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The god of the Lu stone people, the earth god. Lu's stone god asked me to give this to you before he died. Please avenge him and protect the Lu stone people. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. Earth god. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Lu's stone god knows you need it. Ha, I don't need it. Hurry up and absorb it. I'll wait for you. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned and looked at Huangfu Chaoge. Huangfu Chaoge was extremely weak. She looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. He didn't say much, but his heart was heavy. He reached out to grab the earth god in the box. The moment the earth god touched Gu Hai's hand, it entered Gu Hai's body. However, Gu Hai didn't resist this time. Lu's stone god was dead, but the earth element god was not. Like Granny Qinghua's wood element god, it still had a certain level of consciousness. It did not need Gu Hai to refine it. Instead, it took the initiative to help Gu Hai modify his spleen. Hum. Rolling earth divine power enveloped Gu Hai's spleen. Gu Hai sat up cross-legged and sank his consciousness into his body. His spleen suddenly turned brown, resonating with his golden lungs, green liver, and blue kidneys. The earth god rushed in and hit the spleen heavily. Boom! The spleen aperture suddenly opened. In an instant, brown divine power filled the aperture. Gu Hai sat there for 4 hours. After 4 hours, a vortex suddenly formed in the spleen aperture. A vast brown earth divine palace formed in the spleen aperture. Hum. Gu Hai opened his eyes, and an energy current surged out from his body. 8th tier golden core, spleen aperture open. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Although he had a breakthrough, Gu Hai couldn't smile. It's good that you can break through. Sigh. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Mr. Huangfu, what happened just now? Gu Hai stared at Huangfu Chaoge. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly, Mr. Good, you guessed correctly. The Gengjin sect, Greedy Wolf sect, and Great Huang dynasty were all secretly subordinates of Luyang of Gojoseon. We destroyed the Gengjin sect. However, while you were away, the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang dynasty sent experts to destroy our god's foothill. Lu's stone god died because of this. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. It was Luyang of Gojoseon's order. Ha, I destroyed his Gengjin sect. He wanted revenge, so he sent experts from the Great Huang dynasty and Greedy Wolf sect. Lu's stone god fell into his trap, so... Huangfu Chaoge explained. Gu Hai frowned. The locusts outside are the national beast of the Great Huang dynasty, the fire locust tribe. Not long ago, the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang emperor retreated, leaving only the fire locust god and the fire locust tribe behind. They wanted to destroy our foothill city, which is what you see now. Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. Fire locust god. Gu Hai frowned. Sigh, I don't know why the Greedy Wolf sect and Great Huang emperor retreated, but it's enough to leave the fire locust tribe behind. I'm poisoned now and am no match for them. My life is in danger, so I had no choice but to pass the country to you. I hope to lure you here and save my people. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. What's wrong with you? Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge worriedly. I've been poisoned by the fire locust god outside. All my strength is nourishing the fire locust poison until I die from exhaustion. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. How do we save you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. There's no need to save me. Save my people first. The city defense formation's energy is about to be drained by the fire locust tribe. They're about to break into the city. Once they do, these locusts will eat everything in the city. Gu Hai nodded. I understand. Now, I need everyone in the city to cooperate with me. I've already given the order. You can go out and give the order. The city defense formation can only last for 10 days at most. Huangfu Chaoge said worriedly. 10 days. Not enough. Gu Hai shook his head. He stepped out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, the officials bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Greetings, Mr. Good. The Emperor has ordered us to follow Mr. Good's orders. I need spirit stones. Collect spirit stones from all the people in the city immediately. Record them all and return them to the people in the future. I need spirit stones to set up the formation. I need countless spirit stones. The more the better. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of officials responded. All the officials and people in the city were like ants on a hot tin roof. They waited anxiously. Once the city was breached, they would die immediately. It wasn't that there weren't any reinforcements in the surrounding cities. However, when the reinforcements arrived, they were all eaten by the locusts. When the locusts passed through, not even a blade of grass grew. The formation was almost completely drained. If there was no other way, everyone in the city would be doomed. That was the entire fire locust tribe. All the officials were terrified. Now that the order was given, they immediately found their backbone. Gu Hai collected spirit stones. The people generously donated. What was the use of having spirit stones in the face of death? In just one day, a mountain of spirit stones was piled up. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Good, you need spirit stones to set up the formation. But no one can get out. Who can set up the formation? Huangfu Chaoge asked worriedly. I want to release the dragon vein. I hope you don't mind. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge. Cough, cough, cough. I don't mind. Release it. I'll withdraw my dragon vein. I'm poisoned and can't move. I'm relying on you. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. In the outside world, the fire locust deity looked coldly at Lushan City. His eyes flashed with cold disdain. Although the fire locust tribe was not as strong as some of the larger demon tribes, they had not met any opponents so far. All the enemies were eaten. Moreover, they reproduced quickly. It did not matter if they died. Soon, an endless stream of fire locust tribe members would be born. Hurry up and break into Lushan City. Everything in the city is yours to eat, the fire locust deity said coldly. Buzz. Countless locusts flapped their wings and swarmed toward the city. Roar. On the third day after Gu Hai entered the city, a loud dragon roar was heard. All of a sudden, a huge golden dragon swallowed all the spirit stones that were piled up in the palace. A giant golden dragon that seemed to be tens of thousands of miles long suddenly plunged into the ground. It merged with the ground. Rumble. The entire Lushan city felt as if there was an earthquake. Mountains rose from the ground and collapsed one after another. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine seal and closed his eyes. He seemed to be commanding the giant dragon released from the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The dragon vein of the Han dynasty was released by Gu Hai. The dragon vein roared with great joy and rushed into the ground. Chapter 302. Outside the city, the fire locust god's face darkened as he stared coldly at the trembling Lu god city. Ong! The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a huge dragon's aura spread out. All the low-level locusts outside the great array of the Lu divine city stopped moving at the same time, and fear rose in their hearts. The mountains and rivers in the city rose and fell like an earthquake. Soon, the dragon veins of tens of thousands of miles drilled into the ground. When they drilled into the ground, they immediately cheered. Roar! 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 Cheers could be heard everywhere. After all, the dragon veins belonged to the earth. Now that they had entered the earth, it was like the dragons entering the sea. They were like fish in water. The dragon vein immediately drilled out of Lushan City. Roar! Rumble! The dragon vein cheered and quickly moved around the city. In a short time, the area outside the city began to tremble. Mountain peaks rose and fell from the ground. Countless locusts were startled by the huge change in the earth vein and quickly flew up. For a moment, the world outside the city was in chaos. The locusts that were resting underground all flew up, covering the sky and covering the earth. Ong! The great earth dragon vein continued to move in all directions, spreading outward. Slowly, at the outermost periphery of all the locusts, a ring of huge mountains rose from the ground. The locusts surrounded Lushan City. A ring of giant mountains surrounded the locusts on the periphery. The huge commotion attracted countless people to watch from the high ground. All of them had looks of anticipation on their faces. Is it Gu Hai's dragon vein? That Gu Hai whom His Majesty entrusted the country to? The dragon's vein is making a huge commotion. Can it deal with a group of locust demons? Definitely, or else we're dead meat. How many people has the locust demon eaten? Our defensive formation won't be able to hold on for much longer if all of our soldiers are eaten up. Does Gu Hai have the ability? Definitely, or we'll all die. I only recognized the Emperor. The Emperor entrusted the country to this Gu Hai. I don't like that Dahan at all. No, if Gu Hai can save us, I am willing to listen to the Emperor. So what if Gu Hai was the Emperor? I believe that His Majesty will not trust the wrong person. Countless people clenched their fists and looked outside the city. Outside the city, the fire locust god sneered in disdain. Dragon vein? Apart from being able to change the landscape of mountains and rivers, what else could he do? Can you fight with it? Continue to attack. Once the city is breached, everyone will eat. The fire locust god ordered coldly. Ha 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 ha. Countless locusts heard the fire locust god's words and rushed towards the defensive formation, gnawing away at the formation's energy. They wanted to break the formation and eat the humans as soon as possible. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in the surroundings. Rolling fog suddenly emerged from the mountains that rose from the ground in all directions. The fire locust god raised an eyebrow. Inside the city, Gu Hai looked at the boundless dynasty outside and revealed a cold smile. Indeed, the dragon vein can only change the landscape of the mountains. However, the dragon vein can help me arrange the spirit stones in the surrounding mountains. Without mountains, the dragon vein can create a mountain peak out of nothing, a 29-line pair world ritual array. Rumble. Suddenly, the fog rolled in, covering the sky and the earth in all directions. The locusts were surrounded by a ring of mountains, like a border, sealing off everything inside. The city's population of high-grade spiritual stones was a huge number. Huangfu Chaoga treated the people like her own children and hid her wealth among them. The 100 million people had a huge amount of spiritual stones. The locusts let out miserable cries before they were all devoured. The storms raged. The locusts with low cultivation levels were disappearing at a terrifying speed. The powerful locusts could withstand the storms. However, cloud beasts emerged from the formations one after another. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. Immediately, a huge locusts crashed toward Gu-hai. However, the cloud beasts were also attacked by the locusts. Nevertheless, the cloud beasts were defeated. They only scattered into clouds, and the locusts could not eat anything. On the other hand, Gu-hai was surrounded by black chi like a black hole. He was devouring the locusts crazily. In the city, countless people widened their eyes. The people could not see the bone sabers around Gu-hai. They could only see the rolling black chi area sucking in the endless locusts like a black hole. Mr. Gu, what kind of move is this? What a terrifying black hole. How many locusts have been blown in? They're gone after being blown in. Black hole technique? We're saved. The locusts are gone after being sucked in. They're gone forever. In such a short time, at least 100 million locusts have been sucked in, right? Mr. Good's formations are so powerful. We're saved. Long live Mr. Good. Countless people cheered in ecstasy. The fire locust deity stood in the air and looked coldly at the black chi area where Gu-hai was. Bastard, eating my locusts. I've always been the one eating others. No one dares to eat us. The fire locust deity said coldly. Lord Supreme, what should we do now? A locust demon asked worriedly. Humph, I don't believe that he's invincible. I'll transfer my divine power to you. Attack together and break this black fog. The fire locust deity said coldly. Yes. A red light suddenly shot out from between the fire locust deity's eyebrows and enveloped the locusts around him. Suddenly, the locusts expanded more than 10 times in size. Each of them was covered in flames. They were like meteors and fireballs as they smashed toward Gu-hai's black hole. Good timing. Gu-hai sneered. Screech. The bone spurs around him suddenly expanded again. He charged forward. Boom. The black fog was enveloped in flames. However, the skeletons in the black fog did not seem to be afraid of the flames. The bone spurs brushed past the locust demons, leaving wounds on them. Roar. The black fog suddenly expanded 10 times. It was as if the black hole had expanded 10 times in an instant. It quickly devoured the powerful locust demons. No, Lord Supreme, help! Help! Ah! The locust demons screamed in fear. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, most of the locust demons were devoured by the black hole. Occasionally, 5 or 6 locust demons escaped. However, the black fog followed them. The more they ate, the faster the skeletons multiplied. In the blink of an eye, all the meteors were devoured. Rumble. The storm continued to rage. In just 8 hours, a third of the locust demons outside Lushan City had been devoured by the black hole. That was hundreds of billions of locusts. Hundreds of billions. In Lushan City, countless citizens were shocked. They looked at the black hole with gratitude and admiration. Mr. Good is too powerful. Maybe joining the Han Dynasty is not a bad idea. Yeah, no wonder the Emperor entrusted Mr. Good to the country. With Mr. Good, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Han Dynasty. Am I going to be a citizen of the Han Dynasty? Countless citizens were looking forward to it. Gu-hai continued to devour the locust demons. With the help of the 29-line heavens formation and the bone knife, they seemed to be invincible against cultivators below the Yuanying state level. More and more locust demons were being devoured by the black hole. The Life Ender saber refined the rolling power and fed back 1,000th of it to Gu-hai. When half of the locust demons were devoured, the terrifying power rushed to the spleen. Boom! A huge ball of earth elemental vital energy formed in the spleen. The True Dragon Golden Core technique was activated. A brown true dragon formed in the dantian of the spleen. Buzz! The brown true dragon carried the earth elemental vital energy and slowly flowed through the meridians in his body. The purple spiritual true dragon, the blue water elemental true dragon, the green wood elemental true dragon, the yellow metal elemental true dragon, and the brown earth elemental true dragon circled the meridians, not interfering with each other. Among them, the earth elemental vital energy was being channeled and slowly formed a sliver of metal elemental vital energy for the yellow dragon. Earth begets metal. Metal begets water, and water begets wood. The energy was slowly being converted. Boom! The energy around Gu Hai surged, and the bone spikes doubled in size. 9th tier Golden Core Realm. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The rolling locust demons seemed to have reached a dead end. The fire locust deity took the lead and flew into the sky, trying to escape. However, the 29-line heavens formation was not so easy to escape. The fire locust deity, who was at the peak of the Yuanying state, could only flee like a headless fly. Chapter 303. Continue. The combination of the formation and the black hole was invincible, but no one knew how long it could last. After all, they had a limited supply of spiritual stones. A strong gust of wind blew. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the locusts were devoured. This time, not even their flesh was left. The remaining locusts couldn't escape either. Gu Hai, you bastard! Let me out! The fire locust deity roared. Gu Hai ignored him and focused on devouring the other locusts. The fire locust deity charged again and again, but Gu Hai purposely used the formation to make him lose his way. In the blink of an eye, he was far away, so he couldn't escape or attack. Even at the 9th tier of the Golden Core realm, there was still a huge amount of energy surging into his body. Gu Hai gritted his teeth and suppressed the energy. The locusts were terrified and begged for mercy, but Gu Hai wouldn't listen to them. When they were about to devour the entire city, had they ever given them a chance to beg for mercy? Devour, devour, devour. After a day and a night, all the locusts were finally devoured. Only the fire locust deity was left. No, no, my fire locust tribe. The fire locust deity cried out in despair. In just a day and a night, his tribe had been wiped out. Completely wiped out. Boom! The black gas around Gu Hai dissipated, and the bone spikes returned to his body. Gu Hai's clothes were full of holes. However, at this moment, no one in Lushan City laughed at him. Instead, they were full of respect. Thank you, Mr. Good. Completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. Long live Mr. Good. Long live the Han Dynasty. At this moment, all the people in the city had acknowledged Gu Hai. Previously, when they had entrusted the country to Gu Hai, they no longer had any doubts. Everyone was filled with hope. Perhaps if they joined the Han Dynasty, their lives would be more stable and happy. Because they would have a powerful emperor. Pfft! Gu Hai's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too much energy had gathered in his body, and he almost couldn't take it. You're injured. The fire locust god's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Hee, the formation's spirit stones are about to run out. I'll give you the final blow. Gu Hai sneered. He waved his hand. Buzz! The clouds in the void suddenly condensed, and a new cloud beast was about to be born. Before the cloud beast appeared, a terrifying storm of sword chi surrounded it. A burst of sword intent came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, all of the sword-wielding citizens in Lushan City felt their swords vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10,000 swords hummed in unison, as if responding to the cloud beast that was about to be born. What a powerful sword intent. My sword is out of my control. What is that sword intent? What did Mr. Good summon? Countless people revealed looks of horror. The eyes of the generals who had experienced the great battle of the Genjin sect suddenly lit up. Sword demon, Duguchobai. Someone shouted in ecstasy. A powerful sword intent was brewing. It went straight for the fire locust god. The fire locust god was only at the pinnacle of the Yuanying state. In the past, the saber-toothed tiger had gathered the strength of the people and reached the level of Sky Palace. Even so, he was not a match for Duguchobai, let alone the fire locust god. Duguchobai. The fire locust god's expression changed. After all, news of the battle of the Genjin sect had spread. Boom, crack. The cloud formation around them shattered. Clearly, the spirit stones had reached the limit and were about to run out. The fire locust god turned around and was about to flee. Buzz. Gu-hai stepped on the cloud beast and appeared in front of the fire locust god in an instant. A burst of sword intent rushed toward him. The fire locust god saw that he could not escape and was instantly enraged. His body shook violently and turned into a giant locust that was 10 feet tall. Divine power gushed out from between his eyebrows and formed a red flame. Roar, divine power unlimited, fire cloud palm. The fire locust god roared. Suddenly, boundless divine power coalesced into a huge, flaming palm that pressed down on Gu-hai from all directions. In an instant, it was as if the sky was filled with palm shadows. It was as if there were tens of thousands of palm shadows pressing down on Gu-hai and Duguchobai, intending to destroy them. 9 strategies of the Dugu, palm-breaking technique. Boom! Tens of thousands of golden sword chi appeared around Duguchobai and pierced into the center of the palm shadows. Bam, 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of palm force exploded, and even more sword chi headed for the fire locust god. Roar! The fire locust god roared as his body was enveloped in red flames. It formed a barrier of divine power and blocked the incoming sword chi with difficulty. As the spirit stones were depleted, the 29-line heavens formation began to crumble. It looked like it was about to shatter. Duguchobai's figure turned blurry as if he was about to dissipate. Gu-hai, your formation can't hold on any longer. The fire locust god was shocked but also agitated. A heavy sword without a sharp edge is useless. Duguchobai snorted. Buzz! The sword chi that filled the sky suddenly condensed into a massive dark steel heavy sword and flew toward the fire locust god. Roar! The fire locust god roared as his divine power surged out. The flames around him grew tenfold. The fire locust god knew that as long as he could withstand this wave, he would be saved because Gu-hai's formation was about to crumble. The dark steel heavy sword collided with the barrier of divine power. Hong! The 29-line heavens formation used up its last spirit stone and exploded. Duguchobai disappeared along with it. However, the dark steel heavy sword's final attack was too powerful. It slashed down and instantly pierced through the flames of divine power. It also pierced through the fire locust god's body and nailed him to the ground. Bam! The fire locust god's divine power dissipated. The formation dissipated, and so did the dark steel heavy sword. However, the fire locust god had no strength left. There was a huge hole in his stomach as he collapsed in a pool of blood. You! The fire locust god looked at Gu-hai with despair in his eyes. He was so close to escaping. The fire locust god's body seemed to be struggling to escape. However, Gu-hai had lost the formation, but he had the blood blade to boost his strength. Gu-hai grabbed the blood blade and the bone blade and landed on the fire locust god's body. He stomped on the fire locust god's body. The fire locust god was terrified. No, it shouldn't be like this, no. The emperor will not let you go. The fire locust god cried in despair. Gu-hai sneered. The fire locust tribe was annihilated, and the fire locust god was heavily injured and suppressed by Gu Hai. The people in the city looked at the scene in shock. Previously, everyone was about to lose all hope. The fire locust tribe ate everything and couldn't get out. The reinforcements outside were also eaten. The city's defensive formation was almost completely eaten, and everyone was about to be eaten by the fire locust tribe. However, Gu Hai alone dealt with the despairing situation of more than 100 million people. They were saved. Countless people were so happy that they shed tears. The fire locust god was chained by a large number of experts, his cultivation was sealed, and he was escorted into the city. Gu Hai was a hero who saved the city. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good, thank you. The people in the city didn't line the streets to welcome him, but at least they were grateful. It was sincere gratitude and recognition of Gu Hai. At this moment, the people in the city no longer rejected the Han dynasty and Gu Hai. Gu Hai entered the city and received the gratitude of the people. He shook his head and said, "Everyone." The grateful people in the surroundings fell silent as they looked at Gu Hai. I, Gu Hai, am not the only one who can defeat the fire locust deity today. Without all of you who generously provided me with spirit stones, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great victory. Therefore, the one who defeated the fire locust deity and annihilated the fire locust tribe was not me, Gu Hai, but everyone in this city. It was you who helped me defeat the fire locust tribe. The ones you should be thanking are yourselves. Gu Hai laughed loudly. As soon as Gu Hai spoke, the people felt relieved. They looked at Gu Hai more warmly. Mr. Good is so humble. Mr. Good is so kind. Mr. Good doesn't take the credit at all. He is such a good person. Amidst the praises of the people, Gu Hai brought the fire locust god to the hall where Huangfu Chaoge was. Huangfu Chaoge was still sitting in the ice water. She looked at Gu Hai and smiled kindly. Mr. Good, in just one day and one night, you have won the hearts of the people in the city. It seems that I can finally rest assured. However, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Now that I have captured the fire locust deity, how are you going to treat the flame poison?" Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. Outside, the generals of the God Foothill dynasty were beating the trapped fire locust god. "Speak, how do we cure the fire poison in the emperor? If you don't speak, we will kill you. Beat him up. Beat him until he confesses." The generals of the God Foothill dynasty continued to torture the fire locust god. Ha 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 ha, Huangfu Chaoge. No one can save him. I can't save him either. I am the one who poisoned him, but the fire poison is not mine. If I die, I want Huangfu Chaoge to die with me. Ha 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 ha. The fire locust god laughed savagely. In the hall, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He was about to turn and treat the fire locust god when Huangfu Chaoge said with a bitter smile, "No need, Mr. Good. He is right. My fire poison is no ordinary fire poison." Oh. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge in confusion. No matter how strong the fire locust god's fire poison is, I can still escape from it. Back then, even if I did not have the ability, I still had the luck of the dynasty. I could use the power of the dynasty to force the poison out. But I could not force it out. I could only use this method to slow down the spread of the fire poison. This fire poison cannot be killed, ha! Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. What kind of fire poison is this? Gu Hai asked. Hitorigami's poison. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. Hitorigami? Gu Hai frowned. Hitorigami, the king of zombies. Once it appears, the land is dyed red. Ha, the king of zombies. Hitorigami's poison. It is indeed domineering. Huangfu Chaoge said bitterly. Then there is no way to cure it? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Huangfu Chaoge shook his head. Mr. Good, the fire locust god has the fire god. You should think about how to subdue it. Chapter 304. Lu God City, Huangfu Chaoga's Palace. Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga, who was soaking in ice water, were talking about the front line. But when she heard that Gu Hai had taken Long Wanyu to the longevity array, Huangfu Chaoga grew excited. You've seen Mr. Dongfang? What did he say? Are Long Xiaoya's heaven and earth souls still there? Can she come back to life? Huangfu Chaoga stood up excitedly. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Huangfu Chaoga seemed to have guessed the result, but her eyes were still full of anticipation. She hoped that Gu Hai could say something unexpected. Unfortunately, that was the truth. Gu Hai didn't hide anything. He told her everything. Plop. Huangfu Chaoga slumped back into the ice water. Ha! Her soul was destroyed. Xiaoya's soul was destroyed. Luyang of Gojouzian. Luyang. Huangfu Chaoga gritted her teeth. Her eyes were wet. Huangfu Chaoga didn't seem to be listening to anything Gu Hai said. Gu Hai stopped talking. Gu Hai knew that Huangfu Chaoga needed time to digest the information. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes grew redder and redder. Mr. Good, I want to be alone. Huangfu Chaoga said in a trembling voice. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. He stepped out of the palace. Clang. The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. Ah! Xiaoya! Huangfu Chaoga's sorrowful and despairing roar rang out from the closed hall. Outside, a group of Shenlu dynasty officials were beating up the fire locust deity. They wanted to know how to detoxify the drought demon poison, but they couldn't get anything out of it. Let me. Gu Hai stepped forward. Mr. Good. The officials stepped aside respectfully. Gaochen, come here. Gu Hai shouted. Master. Gaochen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Sing to the fire locust god. Torture it and force it to tell me how to cure Huangfu Chaoga's poison. Gu Hai ordered. Gaochen's expression immediately turned ugly. Master, that's not torture, it's enjoyment. Hurry up and go. Gu Hai kicked him in the butt. Fine. Gaochen grumbled as he went to sing for the fire locust god. Right, set up a sound barrier for everyone. Only you and the fire locust god can hear it. Gu Hai ordered. I'm not happy. Gaochen nodded gloomily. The group of God Foothill Imperial Court officials didn't understand, but since it was Mr. Good's orders, they naturally all trusted him. The fire locust god was shackled by a large number of chains, his dantian was sealed. He could not even commit suicide. Even after being beaten by the God Foothill Imperial Court officials, he still managed to hold on. The Emperor will come and avenge me. What do you want me to say? Dream on. The fire locust god said coldly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't say a word. Kill me if you dare. Ha 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 ha. The fire locust god snarled. Aren't you stubborn? Let's see how long you can hold on. Gu Hai said coldly. The fire locust god snorted. Gaochen walked closer, raised his hand, and set up a sound barrier for everyone. He started singing to the fire locust god. Singing? Many of the officials were confused, but some of them paled. After all, those who had experienced the battle at the Gengjin sect knew how Gaochen sang the saber-toothed tiger's collapse. The fire locust god looked at Gaochen with disdain and smirked. However, the moment Gaochen opened his mouth, the fire locust god's smirk froze. He shuddered and his hair stood on end. What's wrong? What's with the fire locust god's expression? The officials were confused. Those who knew what was going on did not know what to say. Now that Gaochen had saved the emperor's life, were they going to tell their colleagues that Gaochen's singing was bad? Wouldn't that be a slap to Gaochen's face? They could only hold it in. Gauchen slowly got into the mood. The fire locust god was on the verge of breaking down. Stop singing, I give up, okay? The fire locust god cried out in despair. However, the Gauchen had set up a sound barrier, and no one outside could hear it. Only the Gauchen could. Of course not. I haven't finished this song yet. I've prepared 20 songs. Let's continue. Gauchen refused unhappily. What? 20 more songs? The fire locust god was horrified. The fire locust god looked at Gauchen in despair. But Gauchen had not finished his song. How could he let the fire locust god go? The song continued. The fire locust god's eyes were filled with fear. He turned to the officials outside the sound barrier and begged for mercy. Look, the fire locust god's expression, he's scared. He's really scared. Gauchen is so good. There should be no more problems. The officials outside pointed at the fire locust god excitedly. The fire locust god cried out in despair, I'll tell you everything, stop it. The officials outside laughed excitedly. They could not hear the fire locust god's voice at all. During the 5th song. Blurg. The fire locust god vomited, his entire body drained. As a professional singer, Gauchen was naturally not affected by the fire locust god. He continued to sing. During the 9th song. The fire locust god's eyes had lost focus. White foam flew out of his mouth. That's enough, Gauchen, stop. Gu Hai could not bear to watch anymore. The outside of the sound barrier could not hear what was going on inside, but the inside could hear what was going on outside. Master, he hasn't finished yet. Gauchen said reluctantly. He was unhappy before, but after a few songs, his mood improved. If Gauchen did not continue, he would not be able to bear it. Gu Hai was speechless. Under Gu Hai's repeated requests, Gauchen finally stopped. When the song stopped, the fire locust god shuddered and felt much better. The sound barrier was removed. Fire locust god, are you willing to talk now? Gu Hai asked calmly. I'll talk, whatever you ask, I'll tell you. The fire locust god said in horror. The officials were speechless. Was the fire locust god amenable to persuasion but not coercion? They fought for so long and he refused to talk, but Gauchen went to sing 2 songs and he spoke. How do we cure the drought demon poison in Huangfu Chaoga? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. The fire locust god shook his head. Gauchen. Gu Hai shouted. Don't, I'll talk. There's a valley of death in the great Huang dynasty. Every 100 years, a trace of drought demon poison would leak out from the valley of death. I only managed to collect that portion by chance. I don't know anything else. The fire locust god said in horror. Oh. Valley of death? What's in there? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. Gu Hai said coldly. I really don't know. Once you enter the valley of death, you'll all die. The outside is shrouded in black gas, we can't see anything. Back then, the emperor used the dragon vein to test it. Even the dragon vein was damaged upon contact. We didn't dare to enter. I really don't know. The fire locust god said in horror. You'll tell me. You'll record the map. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of officials responded. Not long after, the map of the Valley of Death was displayed before Gu Hai. Gu. Mr. Good, what about the Emperor's poison? One of the officials asked worriedly. Let's try our best. Gu Hai sighed softly as he held the map. After that, the officials asked the fire locust god a few more questions. When everything was clear, Gu Hai looked at the fire locust god. Fire locust god, I'll give you one more chance to live. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. You're not going to kill me? The fire locust god was shocked. I can spare your life. However, I need the fire deity. If you provide me with the fire deity to refine your heart aperture and cooperate with me, I will spare your life. Gu Hai said gravely. Spare my life? Impossible. Ha ha ha, impossible. The fire locust god said in disbelief. I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. Gu Hai said solemnly. The fire locust god stared at Gu Hai as if trying to discern the truth of Gu Hai's words. Actually, I don't need your permission to force the fire locust god. I have Gaochen, I can force the fire locust god slowly. But, I'll give you one more chance. I won't kill you, but I want the fire locust god to cooperate with me. Gu Hai said solemnly. The fire locust god stared at Gu Hai for a long time before finally nodding. Good, good, fire locust god. Ha ha ha, I'll give it to you. Gu Hai nodded. The fire locust god's forehead trembled slightly. Wang! A fiery red energy surged out from his body. As soon as the fire god appeared, the surrounding area was immediately filled with flames. The group of officials was immediately forced to retreat by the flames. The moment the fire locust god appeared, it drilled into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai did not resist, allowing the fire locust god to enter his body. The moment the fire locust god entered Gu Hai's body, the fire locust god's face contorted in anger. Ha 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 ha, you annihilated my entire tribe and now you want my fire locust god? Gu Hai, you spared my life. Do you think I'll believe you? The fire locust god has been passed down for 20,000 years, you think I'll give it to you just because you said so? You killed my children and now you want to kill me, do you think I'll agree to that? Fire locust god, enter Gu Hai's body and burn him. Avenge me and my children, kill him, kill him. The fire locust god roared with a ferocious expression. Bastard, Mr. Good let you go, but you set Gu Hai up. Beat this bastard to death. Kill him. The officials of the God Foothill dynasty were filled with hatred as they attacked the fire locust god together. Boom. A large number of attacks landed on the fire locust god. The fire locust god was on the verge of death. However, the fire locust god's eyes were fixed on Gu Hai, hoping to see the scene of Gu Hai being burned alive before he died. Ong! 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 Suddenly, 5 dragon roars came from Gu Hai's body. Then, 5 gigantic dragon images appeared and suppressed the red light in Gu Hai's heart. Gu Hai did not show any sign of pain. Instead, he said coldly, Fire locust god, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Burn me? Ha, your fire locust god is powerful, but do you really think it's invincible? Gu Hai ignored the fire locust god and sat down cross-legged not far away. The red light in his heart was burning. The fire locust god's consciousness was not extinguished and wanted to burn Gu Hai. However, there were 5 forces in Gu Hai's body that were not weaker than the fire locust gods. Especially the spiritual mother led by the purple dragon and the water mother led by the blue dragon. Water suppressed fire. The spiritual mother suppressed everything. The 5 dragons suppressed the fire locust god's consciousness and forced it to attack his heart. Boom! With a loud sound, his heart was suddenly blasted open. Chapter 305. Boom! Gu Hai opened his heart acupoint, and the surging fire god energy was quickly refined by the 5 true dragons. Gu Hai's heart turned scarlet. As the heart acupoint opened, a huge fire god palace was slowly formed as the fire god refined it. Previously, the Life Ender's saber had absorbed half of the energy to form the Earth Elemental True Dragon. The other half was stored in his body. Now that he finally had a place to fill up, he immediately rushed to the Fire God Palace. The red fire attribute Jin Yuan quickly condensed, gradually forming a fire attribute Jin Yuan sphere. Activating the True Dragon Golden Core art, Lin Fan sent out a strand of his consciousness. Instantly, a red dragon formed within the fire elemental Jin Yuan. Ong! The red true dragon let out a roar, as if it was responding to the other 5 dragons from afar. 2 hours later, the red light on Gu Hai's body disappeared. The fire locust god's expression was one of despair. No! Boom! The fire locust deity was killed by the experts of the Xinlu dynasty. Gu Hai's mind was still immersed in his body. The fire god palace opened and the fire elemental quintessential essence condensed. The crimson dragon also led the fire elemental quintessential essence to circulate in his meridians. Purple dantian, red heart, golden lungs, blue kidneys, green liver, and brown spleen. It emitted a brilliant light. Especially the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidneys. At this moment, the light seemed to form a cycle. The red true dragon circled around and returned to the heart aperture. Waves of fire elemental energy slowly transformed into earth elemental energy and entered the Earth Divine Palace. The earth elemental energy in the Earth Divine Palace transformed into metal elemental energy and entered the Gold Divine Palace. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. The energy of the 5 elements was transforming with each other. Every time it transformed, it would be purified, making the 5 elements purer and purer. Boom! The energy of the 5 elements rotated, and a wave of air surged out from Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. 10th tier of the Golden Core stage, complete Golden Core stage. Gu Hai slowly stood up. De Ying Dynasty, Yingdu. Lu Yang returned to the court. However, this time, when they returned, they were exceptionally bleak. It was not because they had returned with great victory, but because they had returned with great defeat. The army behind him hung their heads dejectedly. Clearly, this defeat was a huge blow to them. Not only had all of the armies been defeated, but more importantly, after the appearance of the specters, 70% of the remaining armies had turned traitor. A sense of despair shrouded the hearts of the 3 armies. Lu Yang was also in a bad mood along the way. Thinking back to the past, how glorious was he? Your Majesty, the 36 foreign officials of the left camp have secretly left. The 18 guests of the right camp have also left. An official bitterly reported to Lu Yang. The guests were all people with special abilities that Lu Yang had recruited in the past. For example, the unborn man, Mr. Dongfang, and other special people had all kinds of special abilities and were treated as honored guests. Now that the army had been defeated, they were leaving one after another. Ha, he. Lu Yang said coldly. Stop! Lu Yang suddenly shouted. The defeated army suddenly stopped. Lu Yang stepped on the balcony of the carriage and looked up at the fate of Yingdu. Why is the fate of the De Ying dynasty so little left? Lu Yang said angrily. Everyone looked over. Indeed, the fate of the De Ying dynasty was less than 1% of what it used to be. It was extremely thin. Why did it become so little? With so little, how could they use the power of fate to resist the army of the Jinmu of Silla? In the distance, a group of officials stood at the entrance of Yingdu and welcomed them. Where is the fate? Where is the fate of the De Ying dynasty? Lu Yang said angrily. Your Majesty, a few days ago, the city lords, soldiers, and civilians rebelled. They no longer respect the De Ying dynasty, an official said bitterly. What? This time, His Majesty personally led the army and led the armies of all the major cities. Countless people died on the battlefield. Originally, no one rebelled, but not long ago, countless ghosts from the battlefield were sent to the 4 cities. They said that His Majesty didn't even let the ghosts of the dead go. They worked for you and were betrayed by you in the end. In addition, there were people in the cities who secretly fanned the flames. The people lost the morale of the army, and the civilians rebelled. The official said softly. Ghosts? Sima Changkong. No, it was Gu Hai. Gu Hai saved them. Lu Yang said with a ferocious expression. The officials didn't dare to speak, but their hearts were cold. Even now, the emperor still didn't reflect on himself and blame others. Ha 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 ha, my fate of the dynasty was destroyed by Gu Hai. He forced me to take the throne and destroy the Gengjin sect, Ao Shun's dragon army, Pajuan, Mr. Dongfang, and millions of Qin terracotta soldiers. Now, he's destroying my fate. Ha ha ha, do you think that's all I have? Someone, send a message to the Heavenly Wolf sect and the Deng dynasty. Tell them to merge with the Deng dynasty. Lu Yang said coldly. Ah. Countless officials were shocked. The Heavenly Wolf sect. The De Huang dynasty. Merge with the Deng dynasty. Could it be that the Heavenly Wolf sect and the De Huang dynasty were secretly nurtured by the emperor? If that was the case, the Deng dynasty's fate was endless. Many officials were excited. Lushan City. Gu Hai had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Huangfu Chaoga also suppressed the emotions in his heart after a great sadness. The two of them started to discuss again. Huangfu Chaoga looked at the map. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ashen. He smiled bitterly. Valley of Death. It doesn't matter if you save me or not. My heart is already dead. You haven't avenged Lu Shushan. How can your heart be dead? Gu Hai advised. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly, you can avenge Lu Shushan. He gave you his earth god. You have to avenge him. The De Huang dynasty, the greedy wolf sect. Ha, the De Huang dynasty is still okay. The strongest is the greedy wolf sect. But you have to be careful. The sect leader of the greedy wolf sect is an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. He's not much weaker than Ao Shun. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly confused. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the main hall. What's wrong? Huangfu Chaoga asked. Your Majesty, the greedy wolf sect sent an urgent report. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Just 10 days ago, Li Xinji of the De Qian dynasty led the Xinji battalion and destroyed the greedy wolf sect. The greedy wolf sect is no more, the guard said respectfully. The greedy wolf sect was destroyed by the Xinji battalion? Huangfu Chaoga was shocked. Yes. The Xinji battalion? Li Xinji. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He still remembered the scene when Li Xinji went to 9-5 Island. Back then, Li Xinji used Prime Xuanwu's fragment to lure Miao Chen to destroy 9-5 Island, using him to kill Miao Chen. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen resolved the plan in the end. Li Xinji destroyed the greedy wolf sect, which had an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. Gu Hai instantly gained an extremely high understanding of the Xinji battalion's strength. In capital, Lu Yang had just issued an order and had not entered the city yet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the distance. A flying ship quickly arrived. Emperor! Your Majesty! The flying ship stopped before Lu Yang. Huh? Why are you here? Lu Yang looked at the guard on the flying ship in confusion. Your Majesty, the Xinji battalion destroyed the greedy wolf sect. The guard said bitterly. What? The Xinji battalion? Li Xinji. Lu Yang's expression changed. Yes, the entire army was wiped out. Li Xinji even nailed the sect master to death on Greedy Wolf Peak with one arrow. The guard said sorrowfully. The Greedy Wolf sect was destroyed. The greedy wolf sect was destroyed. The Shinji battalion? Deqian's arrangement? Ha ha ha. Old thing, you made arrangements long ago. Subduing my greedy wolf sect. Lu Yang glared at the north, his anger soaring. Emperor. Your Majesty. The guard said bitterly. Huh. Lu Yang turned his head and said coldly. Although the Shinji battalion destroyed the greedy wolf sect, the Shinji battalion did not gain any benefits. The Day-1 imperial dynasty annexed all the cities controlled by the greedy wolf sect in a day. The guard said bitterly. What did you say? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. The Day-1 imperial dynasty annexed 20 cities controlled by the greedy wolf sect. To be more precise, 20 cities betrayed the greedy wolf sect at the same time and joined the Day-1 imperial dynasty. The guard said bitterly. Impossible. The city masters of the greedy wolf sect were all sent by me. Lu Yang said with a glare. The guard did not dare to say anything. Mo Yike? Mo Yike? Someone sent by him. Mo Yike was the one who discussed the arrangements with me. Could it be that Mo Yike is from the Day-1 imperial dynasty? Lu Yang's expression suddenly changed. He staggered. I misunderstood Mr. Mo. He is not a spy sent by the Deqian. He is not. He was sent by the Day-1 imperial dynasty. He was sent by the Day-1 imperial dynasty to use me to create chaos in the Deqian celestial empire. Mo Yike? If Mo Yike is a spy from the Day-1 imperial dynasty, then... Lu Yang's expression suddenly changed. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a man not far away shouted. Lu Yang turned his head and looked over. The man immediately knelt down and said in fear, I am a citizen of the Dehuang Empire. I am by your side and can report to you in case something big happens. But... What happened? Speak. Lu Yang said with a glare. The Emperor of the Dehuang Empire used the Destiny Cloud Sea to announce to the world that the entire empire has surrendered to the Day-1 imperial dynasty. All territories will belong to the Day-1 imperial dynasty. The Dehuang Empire has surrendered to the Day-1 imperial dynasty. From now on, there is no Dehuang Empire, but Day-1 imperial dynasty's Huang province. The man said bitterly as he knelt down. Mo Yike, roar. Lu Yang suddenly roared in depression. Oh no, Your Majesty. If Mo Yike did everything for the sake of the Day-1 imperial dynasty, then Ying province will also fall. This is because many of the city lords in Ying province were recommended by Mo Yike. Will those people also submit to the Day-1 imperial dynasty? An official said with an ugly expression. Boom. Ying province's Destiny Cloud Sea roared, and the Destiny Cloud Sea drained rapidly again. Lu Yang looked at the sky with an ugly expression. A day later, news came quickly. Your Majesty, the city lord of southern Ying province has led the entire city to surrender to the Day-1 imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, the city lord of southern Ying province has led the entire city to surrender to the Day-1 imperial dynasty. The Day-1 imperial dynasty had not only swallowed the territories of the greedy wolf sect and the Dehuang Empire, but it had also swallowed close to half of Ying province's territory in a short period of time. The Day-1 imperial dynasty was like a hungry tiger, swallowing a huge piece of land in one gulp. This speed of swallowing not only shocked Lu Yang. When the news reached the Xinlu dynasty, Huangfu Chaoge also took in a deep breath. The Day-1 imperial dynasty is finally showing its fangs? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Camp of the Southern Suppression Army. Jinmu of Silla also quickly received news from the front lines. The Day-1 imperial dynasty? They finally made their move. Jinmu of Silla squinted her eyes. Ying province. Lu Yang of Gojoseon looked at the providence in the sky. There was less than 1/10,000th of what it used to be, and it was extremely sparse. A look of madness appeared on his face. In the imperial court, less than 1/10 of the civil and military officials had fled. The Deng dynasty was at the end of its rope. In the past, he had the strategist Mo Yike, Ao Shun, Gengjin sect, Greedy Wolf sect, Great Huang Empire, Pajuan, Mr. Dongfang, and a million Qin figurines. He even had the providence of the imperial dynasty. He had an invincible force. However, everything was gone. Everything was gone. Half of Ing province belonged to the Daewon imperial dynasty, and the other half was surrendered to the Deqian celestial dynasty. Even his own Ing province had surrendered. Ha, ha ha ha. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's face was filled with despair. Report. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over from afar. The guards on the flying ship rushed into the palace and looked at the desolate Ing province in shock. However, they did not dare to say anything and only knelt before Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Your Majesty, we found Gu Hai outside Lushan City. Back then, the fire locust deity led the fire locust race to besiege Lushan City. Gu Hai drove the flying ship into Lushan City. When we found Gu Hai, we did not wait for the results and immediately came to report. The guards said respectfully. Gu Hai is in Lushan City. Liu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly trembled and revealed a sinister expression. Yes. The guards said respectfully. Liu Yang of Gojoseon's desolation, only boundless hatred was left on his face. A wave of hatred enveloped Liu Yang of Gojoseon, and Liu Yang of Gojoseon's body surged with anger. It's all your fault, Gu Hai. If not for you, I would not be at the end of my rope. I will kill you, roar. Liu Yang of Gojoseon suddenly roared. As he roared, he stomped his feet. Rumble. The whole of Yingdu was shaken. Countless citizens looked in the direction of the palace in fear. Roar. A dragon-headed peak suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth Dragon Vein, follow me to Lushan City. I will skin Gu Hai alive. Roar. Liu Yang of Gojoseon roared. Rumble. The dragon-headed peak suddenly flew out of the city and was far away in an instant. Chapter 306. Liu Yang stepped on the Earth Dragon Vein and left Ing City. However, Liu Yang's final roar reverberated throughout Ing City. Earth Dragon Vein, follow me to Lushan City. I'm going to skin Gu Hai alive. Roar. Going to Lushan City to skin Gu Hai alive? In the city, there was an uproar among the spies. They quickly spread the news in all directions. A few days later, the news reached Jinmu of Silla's camp. Sima Changkong frowned. Liu Yang is going to Lushan City personally. Will Gu Hai? Jinmu of Silla frowned. The Deng dynasty exists in name only. Liu Yang leaving on the Earth Dragon Vein. But outside Lushan City, Gu Hai is in trouble this time. The move he used to deal with Ao Shun won't work. Will Gu Hai be able to persuade Liu Yang to retreat? Sima Changkong was worried. Prepare the troops. We are going to Lushan City. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Ah. Grand Marshal, when two armies are at war, the commander must not leave the camp. Shall I go to Lushan City on behalf of the Grand Marshal? Sima Changkong persuaded. Jinmu of Silla shook his head. Prepare the troops. Follow me to Lushan City. Yes. Sima Changkong replied. A few days later, in Lushan City, Huangfu Chaoga's complexion did not improve. Instead, it took a turn for the worse. His black hair had turned white. Mr. Huangfu, Long Xiaoya is already dead. It's useless to be sad. If she was alive, she would not want you to be like this. Gu Hai sighed. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly and shook her head. I know. Thank you for your consolation, Mr. Good. But, sigh, just leave me be. Gu Hai sighed slightly, knowing that he could not change Huangfu Chaoga's mind. Mr. Good, I've already given the order. The remaining 12 cities of the Xinlu dynasty will definitely respect you as the emperor. Please treat these people well. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Huangfu, you don't have to do this. Gu Hai sighed. Huangfu Chaoga shook her head. God Foothill dynasty was founded because of Xiaoye. Now that Xiaoye's soul is gone, I don't have the heart to manage it anymore. I hope you can treat it well. After a short silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, all right, Mr. Huangfu, don't worry. I'll treat the people in these 12 cities well. Huangfu Chaoga nodded and smiled, as if a burden had been lifted from her mind. Mr. Good, you may have sent people to the Valley of Death, but forget it. Really, forget it. That's a land of death. I can't let more people die because of me. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Gu Hai shook his head. Sigh. Mr. Huangfu, if you don't mind, can you tell me the things I need to pay attention to when establishing a dynasty? Gu Hai requested. Okay. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Huangfu Chaoga arranged for Lushan City to send a large number of soldiers on flying boats to the remaining 11 cities. In the various cities, the commoners heard that the crisis in Lushan City had been resolved. There were also cheers. The emperor wants us to honor Gu Hai as the new emperor? No, I only recognize the Xinlu Imperial Court. I also recognize the Xinlu Imperial Court. Gu Hai saved Lushan City, and I am grateful to him. However, we will always be the people of the Xinlu Imperial Court. Your Majesty, we don't want the Han dynasty. We will always be the people of the Xinlu Imperial Court. In the 11 cities, the commoners were all loyal to the Xinlu Imperial Court and were not willing to accept the Han dynasty. Huangfu Chaoga was close to the commoners in the past, and the commoners loved and respected her. Therefore, although Huangfu Chaoga had already given the throne to Gu Hai, the various cities were still unwilling to accept it. Gu Hai had gained the recognition of the commoners of Lushan City because he had gone through a deadly disaster. Otherwise, who would recognize Gu Hai? The commoners were stubborn, and the various city lords were dejected. Of course, things could not be reversed. Gu Hai had already become the lord of the 12 cities, and the commoners could not accept it immediately. It would take a long time for them to accept it. Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga had been talking about the operations of the imperial court these days. However, Huangfu Chaoga's situation was getting worse and worse. She had aged a lot, and the fire poison had been corroding her body. More importantly, Huangfu Chaoga's heart had already given up. Once one's heart died, one would age quickly. Gu Hai was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Hai, I have already told you what I need to tell you. Finally, I will tell you a secret. Huangfu Chaoga said bitterly. Oh. Apart from the nourishment of providence, the dragon vein of the earth can also devour other dragon veins to strengthen itself. Huangfu Chaoga said solemnly. Earth-devouring dragon vein. Gu Hai said in surprise. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Yes. All right, I have told you what I need to say. I feel that my lifespan is coming to an end. I will talk to my old friends. Creak. The door of the main hall opened. Your Majesty. Countless officials knelt outside the main hall. When they saw Huangfu Chaoga's thin and old appearance, they all knelt down and cried. I am no longer your emperor. You are my brothers. Call me Big Brother Huangfu like before. Your Majesty. This is your emperor. Pay your respects to him. Huangfu Chaoga looked at the officials. The officials looked at Gu Hai with red eyes, but no one dared to call him that. Pay your respects to His Majesty, cough 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 cough. Huangfu Chaoga coughed and shouted angrily. Huangfu Chaoge seemed to be making arrangements for her will, forcing the officials to worship Gu Hai. She was not doing this for Gu Hai's prestige but for these officials. He hoped that Gu Hai would treat these old friends well in the future. Still not paying your respects? Do you want me to beg you? Cough 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 cough. Huangfu Chaoge shouted while coughing. Greetings to His Majesty, His Majesty. Woo-woo. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The first official knelt down while crying. Long live His Majesty, woo-woo. Countless officials knelt down at Gu Hai while crying. Huangfu Chaoge smiled in satisfaction and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge and said, Mr. Huangfu, don't worry. As long as these old officials of yours aren't guilty of treason, I will treat them well. I promise you. Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Thank you. I am the one thanking you. Gu Hai shook his head. Huangfu Chaoge shook his head and said nothing. He slowly closed his eyes. Clearly, he had said everything he needed to say. There seemed to be nothing left in this world for him to miss. Mr. Huangfu, I know you are sad, but you haven't avenged Long Xiao yet. How can you be so negative? Gu Hai persuaded. Revenge? Xiaoye's revenge? Huangfu Chaoge suddenly opened his eyes, which turned red again. It's too late, too late. I feel that I have reached my limit. Ha, it's too late. Xiaoye's revenge? Huangfu Chaoge suddenly felt bitter. Just as Huangfu Chaoge finished speaking. Rumble. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling sounded from the distant horizon, and the earth seemed to be trembling under the rumbling. Gu Hai, you brat, come out. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Boom. A furious roar resounded through the sky and rushed toward the main hall. Lu Yang. Gu Hai's face darkened. Huangfu Chaoge's dejected eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light and became bloodshot. His breathing also quickened. Xiaoye, ha 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 ha, heaven's will. Heaven gave me one last chance, one last chance. Huangfu Chaoge's voice was bone-chilling, and great hatred filled the entire hall. Walala. Huangfu Chaoge slowly walked out of the ice pool, his body swaying. Your Majesty, you can't come out. The fire poison will burn you as soon as you step out of the pool. An official cried in shock. Huangfu Chaoge's eyes turned cold. What did you call me? Your. The official was about to say. Bastard. Huangfu Chaoge glared. Brother Huangfu. The official knelt and cried. Remember, there is only one emperor, and that is Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoge said in a low voice. Boo-hoo. The officials complained tearfully. Huangfu Chaoge slowly walked to the entrance of the hall. Some officials wanted to help, but Huangfu Chaoge pushed them away. He walked unsteadily, but each step was very firm. With a ferocious expression, he slowly walked out of the hall. Gu Hai stepped out as well, and the two looked toward the north of the city. Roar. There was a loud roar from underground. Rumble. In the north of the city, many mountains rose from the ground and rose into the sky. The mountains connected together, forming a dragon-shaped mountain range. The leading mountain was in the shape of a dragon's head. Lu Yang wore an imperial robe and stood on top of the dragon's head. He looked toward the palace of Lu Shan City with a ferocious expression. Lu Yang immediately saw the palace where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai. Lu Yang said with hatred. Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoge also shouted with hatred. Hm. Lu Yang finally noticed Huangfu Chaoge. However, Huangfu Chaoge's hair was white, his face was wrinkled, and he was extremely thin. He was no longer as mighty as before. You are Huangfu Chaoge. Lu Yang said coldly. I thought I had no chance. I thought it was too late. Lu Yang of Gojoseon, you came yourself. You came yourself. You killed Long Xiaoye, and your soul was destroyed. Your soul was destroyed, and you pieced it back together. Lu Yang of Gojoseon, Lu Yang of Gojoseon, Long Xiaoye respected you like a father. Every year, she sent people to give you the treasures she found from all over the world. You are so cruel, so cruel. Huangfu Chaoge roared. You all know. Lu Yang said coldly. The heavens have eyes and gave me one last chance to take revenge. You have a dragon vein. I also have a dragon vein. Come out. Huangfu Chaoge roared. Some rocks suddenly rose from the square in front of Huangfu Chaoge. They lifted Huangfu Chaoge and moved him forward. In the blink of an eye, another dragon-headed mountain rose from the ground. Roar! Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein suddenly roared and charged out of the city with Huangfu Chaoge on it. Rumble! As the ground rumbled, Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein also brought out giant peaks, forming a huge mountain range. Lu Yang and Huangfu Chaoge each stood on top of a dragon vein and looked at each other coldly. Chapter 307. Lushan City. Lu Yang stepped on the earth dragon vein to seek revenge on Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoge stepped on the earth dragon vein to seek revenge for Long Xiaoye. The two experts stood on the earth dragon vein and looked at each other coldly. In the city, the officials looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Mr. Gu. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Brother Huangfu is definitely not Lu Yang's match. Also, Brother Huangfu's current condition. That's right. Your Majesty, please save Brother Huangfu. The officials looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai looked into the distance and nodded. I won't ignore Huangfu Chaoge's battle with Lu Yang. However, I can't interfere in their battle. Then what should we do? The officials asked anxiously. I need all of your help. Gu Hai looked at the officials. Your Majesty, we'll do our best. However, we don't have any spiritual stones left. Otherwise. The officials said bitterly. No need. Just cooperate with me. Gu Hai shook his head. We'll do our best to cooperate with your Majesty. The officials swore. Gu Hai looked at the officials and sighed in his heart. Huangfu Chaoge had taken in a group of good officials. He didn't need to guess to know that Lu Yang's officials would have secretly run away after his country was defeated. However, Huangfu Chaoge's officials had shown their integrity in this time of crisis. They were the kind of officials that the Han dynasty needed the most. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. In the name of Gu Hai, I announce to the Han dynasty that Lu Yang has arrived at Lushan City with the Earth Dragon vein. Huangfu Chaoge will fight him. Today, I will help Huangfu Chaoge to temporarily move the capital to Lushan City. I will move the fate of the Dahan to Lushan City. For my use. Turn! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal trembled violently as a strange energy rippled out from it, spreading across the sky above the Lushan City. Whoo! It was as if a gust of wind had formed out of thin air, converging in the sky above Lushan City. All the officials looked at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, moving the capital. Every time you move the capital, you will lose 1/10 of your karmic gains. But Gu Hai was still in the process of moving the capital. Providence was extremely precious to a country. Was the emperor willing to sacrifice 1/10 of his providence to save Huangfu Chaoge? Many thanks, Your Majesty. The officials said gratefully. Huangfu Chaoge had passed her destiny to Gu Hai, and this destiny could naturally reach the ears of the people of Shenlu Imperial Court. When Gu Hai roared, his destiny naturally reached the ears of all the people. Lushan City. Countless people were already extremely anxious. When he heard Gu Hai's words, he was extremely grateful. Thank you, Mr. Good. No, thank you, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. In Lushan City, the people sincerely bowed. As soon as their thoughts were sincere, new waves of destiny surged toward Guhai. At the same time, the voice also spread to the other 11 cities of Shenlu Imperial Court. Liu Yang of Gojoseon is here. The Emperor is in danger, and Guhai is going to help the Emperor. It's Guhai's voice. Moving the capital. He wants to move the capital and use 1/10 of his providence to help the Emperor. Mr. Good is doing this. He has not let down the Emperor's trust. But in the past, the Emperor mobilized the power of all the people in the cities, but he was not a match for Liu Yang. Now that the Emperor is poisoned, what should we do? Mr. Good, you have to save the Emperor. The people in the 11 cities were extremely anxious. 9-5 Island, the Great Myojin, Chui Tai, and a white-robed woman stayed at the Royal Casino Holiday Villa for a while. During this time, Miao Chen went to look for Guqin, and Guqin occasionally accompanied him. During this time, the Great Myojin, the white-robed woman, and Chui Tai asked about Guhai's experiences over the past few days. As Chui Tai listened, he revealed a shocked expression. It had only been 2 years, and a mortal old man had already established such a huge foundation. 2 years. Grandson, now you know why I allied with the Dahan Empire. It has only been 2 years. In another 10 years, it will change to the Imperial Dynasty. In another 100 years, it will change to the Heavenly Dynasty. How can it be worse than you being a servant in Solar Divine Hall? Ha 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 ha. Miao Chen looked at Chui Tai smugly. Chui Tai's expression darkened. He blamed himself for being too quick with his words and making such an unlucky bet. Over the past few days, Miao Chen had been calling him grandson every day. The Great Myojin held a crystal wine cup as he sat at the side. When he heard Miao Chen's smug words, his surroundings turned gloomy as if he hid a murderous intent. Miao Chen's expression turned cold as he looked at the Great Myojin. Great Myojin, what's wrong? You still want to kill Guhai? Avert a great disaster. Ha! Guhai is a golden core realm cultivator, and he is already a threat to you? The Great Myojin drank a mouthful of wine. A threat to me? Ha! You are overthinking. It is a pity that I did not kill him back then. Otherwise, he would not have caused so much trouble for me. Trouble? Without Guhai, Queen Wu would have to wait at least 200 years before she could revive. Otherwise, that master of your Solar Divine Hall would not have sent you to thank Guhai, Miao Chen said indifferently. It is also because my master is benevolent. The great Ming deity sovereign said indifferently. Miao Chen goggled. Benevolent? That master of yours, Tai Yi, you are saying that he is benevolent? The Great Myojin turned his head away. Clearly, saying that his master was benevolent was a little too much. By the way, who is that white-robed woman? Miao Chen looked at Chui Tai. Chui Tai looked at the Great Myojin sitting at the side. The Great Myojin did not speak. Chui Tai shook his head, unwilling to explain. Miao Chen frowned slightly but did not ask any more questions. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sea of providence clouds above the soaring palace hall. Boom! With a loud sound, the surging providence suddenly flowed toward the divine continent in the southwest. What happened? Miao Chen's expression sank. Everyone walked out of the villa and looked up at the sky. At this moment, a Dahan official walked over. Senior Miao, the emperor is temporarily moving the capital to Lushan City. He is guiding the providence toward Lushan City, that official explained. Oh. What did Guhai say? The Great Myojin was puzzled. The emperor said, in the name of Guhai, I announce to the world of the Han dynasty that Liu Yang has brought the dragon vein to Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga is going to meet him in battle. Today, I will help Huangfu Chaoge temporarily move the capital to Lushan City and transfer the province of the Dahan to Lushan City. For me to deploy. Turn. Lushan City is going to fight Luyang of Gojoseon. The great Ming deity king was surprised. Impossible. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. He wants to mobilize the power of the nation, but he is only at the Golden Core realm. Even if countless powers converge on him, can his body withstand it? At that time, it will burst. Cui Tai exclaimed in shock. Lushan City. Since Gu Hai is there, we will not stay any longer. Prepare to leave. The great Myojin said in a low voice. All right. Cui Tai nodded. The white-robed woman who walked out of the house also nodded. Whoosh. The three took out a flying boat and boarded it. Whoosh. Under Cui Tai's control, the flying boat instantly shot into the distance. Miao Chen watched with a frown. In the end, he did not follow. Instead, he quickly found Guqin. Senior Miao. Guqin looked at Miao Chen in confusion. The great Myojin is extremely arrogant. He only obeys one person in the world, the Solar Divine Hall's palace master, Tai Yi. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Gu Hai. I have been accompanying them for the past few days, trying to get information from them, but I could not get anything out of them. Immediately send someone to inform Gu Hai that the great Myojin is here. Miao Chen said with a frown. Guqin shook his head and said, Senior Miao, don't worry. I have already sent someone to inform him. However, it will take some time for the news to reach Imperial Father. Miao Chen nodded. Outside Lushan City, Huangfu Chaoge looked at Luyang and revealed a sinister smile of deep hatred. Luyang of Gojoseon. Ha, I still have a chance to fight with you. The heavens are treating me well. Huangfu Chaoge had a cold expression. Roar. The dragon vein under Huangfu Chaoge's feet suddenly surged forward. Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein was tens of thousands of kilometers long. When it surged forward, it caused countless mountains in the north to churn, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Huangfu Chaoge, you are courting death. Luyang snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Luyang's dragon vein was tens of thousands of kilometers long. With a roar, it charged forward. Roar. The two dragons roared and collided brazenly. Boom. When the two mountains collided, the destructive power was extraordinary. With a loud crash, countless rocks flew everywhere. For a time, rocks and debris filled the sky. Activate the array. Gu Hai instructed. Buzz. Lushan City's array activated. Rumble. Large amounts of rocks and debris fell into the array. Explosions continued in the distance as the battle continued. Large earthquakes occurred one after another. Even with the city's array isolating the city from the outside, the city still felt the violent tremors. Roar. Through the smoke and dust, one could vaguely see two gigantic golden dragons tearing at each other while sticking close to the ground. You bastard Huangfu Chaoge, you are like a mad dog. Do you want to die? Luyang roared. Life? My life is used to fight with you. Dragon vein, tear and bite. Huangfu Chaoge roared furiously. You stubborn thing. How big is your dragon vein? Compared to mine. What a joke. Luyang snorted coldly. Roar. Roar. In the rolling smoke, the sound of Luyang's dragon vein tearing could be heard, followed by the sorrowful cry of Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein. However, Huangfu Chaoge's golden dragon didn't care about its own safety and continued to charge forward. The two dragons fought fiercely. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon dimmed. Shattered mountains filled the sky, and rolling smoke and dust covered the surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, the first wave of providence came from 9-5 Island. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It's finally here. Huangfu Chaoge, you are not my match. Your dragon vein is also not my match. Humph. Lu Yang's furious roar rang out in the smoke and dust. However, the battle in the distance seemed to stop. Rolling rocks fell, and the smoke and dust faded significantly. One could vaguely see what was going on. The dragon vein emerged from the ground, revealing two enormous golden dragons. Huangfu Chaoge's golden dragon was riddled with holes, while Lu Yang's golden dragon was also riddled with wounds. However, the victor was already decided. Lu Yang's golden dragon was much larger in the end. At this moment, it opened its mouth and bit Huangfu Chaoge's golden dragon. It swallowed the tail of Huangfu Chaoge's golden dragon bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, one of the larger golden dragons had already swallowed the smaller golden dragon. Only one of the smaller golden dragon's heads was exposed. Lu Yang stood on the larger dragon's head and looked coldly at the smaller dragon's head that was about to be swallowed. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "You want to fight me with just you?" Huangfu Chaoge was getting weaker and weaker. Her body trembled, and she could barely open her eyes. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yang and suddenly smiled warmly. "What are you smiling at?" Lu Yang asked in a low voice. "Lu Yang of Gojoseon." "Ha, you are not suitable to be an emperor. You are not qualified. You can't even tell that I am seeking death." "Ha ha ha." Huangfu Chaoge laughed miserably. "Seeking death?" Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, and his expression suddenly changed. Huangfu Chaoge staggered and looked at the sky. She seemed to recall the time she spent with Long Xiaoye and smiled happily. In that instant, the scenes of the past seemed to replay in her mind. "Brother Huangfu, this wreath is for you." "Ha ha ha. Brother Huangfu, we are sworn brothers today. I will have you to take care of me in the future. Brother Huangfu, you know me better than anyone else. Only you can hear the sadness in my zither. Thank you for your comfort. Brother Huangfu, I am sorry. I have a sweetheart. If there is a next life and I meet you first, I will definitely fall in love with you first. I am sorry for this life. Brother Huangfu, let me introduce you to some beautiful girls. I promise you will like them." Chapter 308. Hong. The Earth Dragon vein suddenly exploded and 90% of the Earth Dragon vein's body was swallowed by Lu Yang's Earth Dragon vein. At this moment, Lu Yang's Earth Dragon vein was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. "No!" Lu Yang roared furiously. However, the explosion had already started. There was no turning back. The explosion was even more terrifying than the previous battle. The huge shockwave almost sent Lushan City flying. In an instant, countless rocks flew into the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The sky darkened. There was only endless earth and rocks left. It was pitch black. "Your Majesty." In Lushan City, both the officials and the commoners knelt down and cried. This time, the world-destroying explosion radiated even further into the distance. The other 11 cities in Lushan Dynasty were more or less shaken. What happened? It's coming from Lushan City. Is this a battle in Lushan City? Impossible. How could it radiate so far? What happened in Lushan City? How is the Emperor? The commoners in the various cities were anxious. However, they were too far away. No one knew what had happened in Lushan City. Suddenly, a voice came from the Sea of Providence. Just now, Huangfu Chaoge stepped on the dragon vein and was swallowed by Lu Yang's dragon vein. In the end, Huangfu Chaoge detonated the dragon vein in hopes of destroying Lu Yang and returning peace to the world. Huangfu Chaoge sacrificed herself for the country. Gu Hai's voice came. Wow! The commoners in the 11 cities were in an uproar. Impossible. The emperor can't be dead. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't die. I haven't had time to repay your kindness. Your Majesty. Gu Hai, you liar. The emperor won't die. He won't die. Woo woo woo. Huangfu Chaoge had sacrificed herself for the country. The entire country mourned. Countless commoners knelt in the direction of Lushan City. They cried bitterly, unwilling to accept the truth. Outside Lushan City. In the darkness, the common people wept endlessly. The sky full of dirt and stones finally fell slowly. The sky slowly brightened, but the people knelt on the ground and refused to get up. The dust slowly settled and dispersed. Outside the city, there were ruins everywhere. Lushan City looked like it was going to be buried in the earth. As the dust settled, they could see the battlefield clearly. Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein was blown up and she died without a complete corpse. The power of that explosion was too terrifying. The dragon vein under Lu Yang's feet suffered the most intense impact. At this moment, it was riddled with holes. It lay limp on the ground, emitting a golden aura. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Lu Yang of Gojoseon's dragon robe was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his face was deathly pale. There was blood on his chest, but it was also stained with mud. He cut a sorry figure. Poof! 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 Lu Yang spat out blood several times. His injuries were clearly not light. However, Lu Yang survived in the end. Huangfu Chaoge's body was smashed to pieces. Cough, 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 cough. Huangfu Chaoge, you deserve to die. Lu Yang said weakly with hatred. Although he was weak, Lu Yang did not forget his revenge. He looked coldly at Lushan City. Gu Hai, ha, it's your turn now. Lu Yang said with a sinister expression. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. He said again, citizens of the Han dynasty. Unfortunately, Huangfu Chaoge's body was smashed to pieces and she died without a complete corpse. I want to avenge Huangfu Chaoge, but my cultivation is too weak. I implore all citizens of the Dahan, except for the soldiers guarding the city, to raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Help me destroy Lu Yang and avenge Huangfu Chaoge. Boom! Gu Hai's voice spread in all directions through the sea of Providence clouds. First, it spread to 95 Island. When the citizens of 95 Island heard Gu Hai's voice, they were stunned. Raise your right hand. Borrow the Emperor's strength. Lend a hand to the Emperor. What does that mean? Many people were confused. However, some people raised their right hand to try. Just as he raised his right hand, it was as if there was a suction force that sucked all the strength from his body away from his arm. Ouch! What the hell? My strength is all gone. I don't have any strength left. The person who raised his hand fell to the ground in horror. Is it the Emperor? Did the Emperor borrow your power? So that's what he meant. The Emperor wants to borrow our strength? If not for the Emperor, my family would have starved to death during the disaster last year. Not only did the Emperor give us food, but he also gave us land and seeds. This old man has never been able to repay his kindness. Your Majesty, please use my strength. This old woman, my son, my grandson, raise your right hand. Your Majesty, please use my strength. The citizens of 95 Island all raised their right hands, and energy surged into the sea of Providence clouds in Lu Divine City. In the Dahan Imperial Palace, Guqin quickly made arrangements. Aside from the people guarding the Imperial Palace's ritual array, all the officials and guards raised their right hands. Inside a large hall, Montez looked at the sky in shock. The Emperor is going to fight Lu Yang of Gojoseon? Is that true? Montez slowly raised his right hand in disbelief. Others might not know who Lu Yang was, but Montez knew him very well. Liu Yang was an existence that Montez looked up to in the past. Liu Yang was the master of Ying province, the sworn brother of the Daqiansheng, and the expert that even Long Xiaoye worshipped in the past. In the short time that the emperor cultivated, he was already going to fight Liu Yang head-on. Whoosh! Montez went limp. However, he acknowledged the Han dynasty even more. The Han dynasty developed too quickly. What Shao Chen wanted the most was authority. Now, the emperor gave him great authority. If Shao Chen did not work hard, how could he live up to his pursuit? After this battle, recruit more embroidered uniform guards. Montez gritted his teeth as he lay limp on the ground. 9-5 Islands' energy quickly gathered. As for the citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty's 12 cities, they were still immersed in grief, unable to pull themselves out. However, very few people raised their hands. Gu Hai saw strands of golden energy pouring into the Sea of Providence clouds from 9-5 Island. Boom! 9-5 Island's boundless energy poured into Gu Hai's body. This energy was even more ferocious than the crimson sabers. In an instant, Gu Hai's energy soared by countless times. A surging aura spread out from Shao Chen's body. 9-5 Island had many ordinary people. However, with a large population, its energy was immense. In the distance, Liu Yang's expression changed as he glared at the aura around Gu Hai. This aura is the Yuanying state's energy, the energy of a 5 nascent soul realm cultivator. Ha 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 ha. It is only a so-so. It is only a so-so. Liu Yang relaxed and revealed a cold smile. Dragon, come. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out from the ground. Gu Hai's dragon vein suddenly appeared, carrying Gu Hai as it quickly swam out of the city. Gu Hai's dragon vein was no smaller than Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein, it was also tens of thousands of kilometers long. Rumble. Gu Hai stepped on the dragon's head and slowly arrived before Liu Yang. Liu Yang's dragon vein was riddled with holes, riddled with wounds, and on the verge of death. However, it was still larger than Gu Hai's dragon vein. Liu Yang looked coldly at Gu Hai and said, Gu Hai, you finally dared to send yourself to death? Ha 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 ha. Liu Yang of Gojoseon, Liu Yang, your great Ying dynasty is destroyed. Gu Hai guffawed. Isn't it all thanks to you? Humph. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my great Ying dynasty. Although Liu Yang was severely injured, he still had a proud expression on his face. Even though Liu Yang was severely injured, he still had the strength to open the heavenly palace. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was only a 5 nascent soul realm cultivator after gathering the power of the nation. Even though Gu Hai was severely injured, he could still crush Gu Hai to death. Ha! Thanks to me. Liu Yang, you bully the weak and fear the strong too much. You are so timid and cowardly, yet you want to start a dynasty. Huangfu Chaoga said that you are not fit to be emperor. You are indeed not fit to be emperor. Without me, you would have destroyed a dynasty sooner or later. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? What did you say? Liu Yang glared at Gu Hai. Isn't that right? Your country was destroyed, but was it done by me alone? You have a bunch of enemies. Why did you choose me? Why didn't you go to the Jinmu of Scylla's southern army? You don't dare. Because you are not as good as him. The Day-1 Imperial Dynasty swallowed up a large portion of your territory. Why didn't you go and find trouble with the Day-1 Imperial Dynasty? You don't dare. Because you are not as good as them. You know your place. Because you can only bully Golden Core Realm cultivators because I am only a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Ha 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 ha. You bully the weak and fear the strong. You avoid the strong and target the weak. Tell me, do you still have the heart of an emperor? Gu Hai laughed coldly. Liu Yang suddenly took a deep breath and glared at Gu Hai. Brat, do you think I'm Ao Shun? Do you think I will fall for your trick with just a few words? Ha, you didn't fall for my trick with just a few words. Liu Yang, think about it yourself. Takashi Ryushin, Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, do you dare to find trouble with them? You don't. You cower in front of those stronger than you. You can only bully those weaker than you. Just like me. Ha, but do you know? Monarchs must first have a strong ambition to create a new world. No matter what kind of experts they face, no matter what kind of difficulties they face, monarchs will face them head-on, conquering them and not running away from them. Do you have this kind of ambition? Gu Hai said coldly. Liu Yang's eyelids twitched. He felt terrible. You don't have the heart of an emperor. But I do. So what if you are the Liu Yang of Gojoseon? As long as I have the ambition, I can trample you under my feet. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, then come at me. Trying to win with words will only make you more ignorant. Liu Yang said coldly. As he stepped forward, Liu Yang's dragon vein moved with difficulty. It seemed like it was going to charge at Gu Hai. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. It is not me who is ignorant. It is you who is ignorant. Liu Yang, you have lost. Huh? Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, at this moment, the Providence Cloud Sea surged. More energy surged in from all directions, entering the Providence Cloud Sea and quickly pouring into Gu Hai's body. Rumble. This time, the energy was countless times stronger than before. The citizens of the God Foothill dynasty walked out of their sorrow and raised their right hands with boundless hatred. Gu Hai, no, your majesty, use my power to take revenge for Huangfu Chaoga. Use my power to take revenge for the old emperor. Kill Liu Yang, and I will lend all my power to you. Kill Liu Yang, and I will be a citizen of the Han dynasty. In the 12 cities, all the citizens and officials raised their right hands. They gritted their teeth and lent all their power to Gu Hai. The process of lending power was also the process of officially acknowledging that they were citizens of the Dahan. Gu Hai used the country's power to win the hearts of the people. Chapter 309. The Southern Army, Legio 6. The Grading Army was defeated, and Gao Xianji led Legio 6 to victory after victory. However, with the defeat of the Grading Army, Gao Xianji had to face the army from the Day 1 Empire. The army suddenly met with a strong ally, but this was not a problem for Gao Xianji. The army slowed down, and Gao Xianji began to analyze everything about the defending generals in front of them. This was what she learned from Gu Hai. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Bai Lizhan, who was at the side, did not dare to disobey Gao Xianji. He also handed over Legio 6 to Gao Xianji. Bai Lizhan fought to his heart's content, and victory, 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 what a refreshing feeling. In the past, Legio 6 was the most hindrance, but now, under Gao Xianji's command, it was like the help of God. Bai Lizhan also accepted Gao Xianji, but at the same time, he also received orders from Jinmu of Silla. Mr. Gao, you are so good at leading the army. I have not fought to my heart's content in all these years. Bai Lizhan praised. Gao Xianji smiled slightly, but did not pay attention to him, and continued to read the information. Lord Gao, the Grand Marshal has sent another reward, and each reward is better than the previous one. The Grand Marshal values Mr. Gao very much. If Mr. Gao stays in Legio 6, I, Bai Lizhan, will be the first to raise both hands in support. Bai Lizhan said with a smile. Thank you, General Bai Li. I am only temporarily leading the army. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. Bai Lizhan was slightly anxious. Mr. Gao, the Grand Marshal is sincerely recruiting you. If you follow the Grand Marshal, your future will be bright. If you are willing, it will not be difficult for you to become a third-rank official in the Deqian Celestial Empire. It is a waste of your talent to stay in the Han Dynasty, really. Is that a waste of talent? I don't think so. Gao Xianji smiled. By Liz Han. Why was this Gao Xianji not enlightened? The third-rank officials of the Deqian Celestial Empire are on equal footing with the Emperor of the Empire. In fact, their status is even higher, and their authority is greater. That Gu Hai has some ability, but he is only at the Golden Core realm after all. Isn't it a waste of your talent to submit to him? Once you become a subordinate of the Grand Marshal, all the experts of Kai Tian Palace will be at your disposal. Bai Lizhan said expectantly. Gao Xianji shook her head and smiled, "Thank you, General Bailey. However, I still like the Han Dynasty. Although the Han Dynasty is not strong now, it will be strong one day. Moreover, if not for my Han Dynasty, how could we have defeated Liu Yang's army so easily?" That's right. Gu Hai has indeed done a lot, and he has made great contributions every time. However, no matter how strong Gu Hai is, without the Southern Army, can he deal with Liu Yang alone? Bai Lizhan said unconvinced. Suddenly, Gao Xianji's expression changed. She put down everything in her hands and stood up, as if listening to something. What's wrong? Bai Lizhan asked blankly. Gao Xianji suddenly raised her right hand. Huff. Suddenly, all the strength in her body disappeared, and Gao Xianji fell limp. Mr. Gao, are you all right? Bai Lizhan asked in surprise. Gao Xianji smiled, unfortunately, I have to disappoint General Bailey. His Majesty is now fighting Liu Yang alone. Without the Southern Army, how can Gu Hai deal with Liu Yang? Bai Lizhan said in disbelief. Lushan City, far to the north. Hundreds of flying boats were flying quickly. On the leading boat were Jinmu of Silla, Sima Changkong, and the others. Everyone was rushing from Southern Army City to Lushan City, so the flying boats were faster and finally arrived. Boom! In the direction of Lushan City, Huangfu Chaoga's dragon vein exploded, overturning the entire earth and darkening the sky. The expressions of everyone on the flying boats changed. Quick! Jinmu of Silla shouted. Whoosh! The flying boats picked up speed and headed to the battlefield in the distance. Outside Lushan City, Gu Hai and Liu Yang of Gojoseon stood on dragons, stalling for some time. In the end, Liu Yang was fooled by Gu Hai. During this time, all the people of the Lushan dynasty raised their right hands and borrowed a large amount of energy for Gu Hai to fight Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Rumble. The Providence cloud sea churned, and golden energy gathered from all directions and poured into Gu Hai's body. Previously, Gu Hai had been infused with energy from 9-5 Island, so his aura was at the 5 nascent soul realm. Now, this aura seemed to be soaring. The increasingly ferocious aura surged, forming a storm around Gu Hai that swept out in all directions. Xiao Chen's aura continued to surge, becoming stronger and stronger. If it were in the past, Liu Yang would not have cared about Gu Hai's increase in strength. However, Liu Yang was currently severely injured, and the strength of the Heavenly Palace was extremely unstable. Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me? Die! Liu Yang roared. His figure flashed as he punched at Gu Hai. Boom! A vast blue manifested fist appeared. The moment the manifested fist appeared, it instantly split apart Gu Hai's storm aura. Even though Gu Hai was severely injured, the might of the Heavenly Palace was extremely great. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he stepped forward and punched. A golden manifested fist crashed into the blue manifested fist. Boom! Countless storms exploded in the air. Gu Hai stomped his foot and blocked Liu Yang of Gojoseon's punch. Pfft! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, Liu Yang's fist was too powerful. Gu Hai could not take it anymore. Liu Yang's expression changed. Your strength increased by so much. Ah, my strength is still at the peak of the Yuanying state, right? I'm still not as powerful as your heavenly palace. However, ha 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 ha, Liu Yang, is this all you've got? Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Gu Hai's face was flushed red, as if he could not hold on any longer. However, Gu Hai's expression was extremely ferocious. It's enough to destroy you. Liu Yang's eyes were also filled with hatred. No, if that's all you've got, then you've lost. You've lost. Gu Hai said with a red face as he laughed. The power of the people from the 12 cities was continuously increasing Gu Hai's strength. More and more power was gathered. The two fists were in a deadlock. Gu Hai was at a disadvantage. However, as the power of the people increased, Gu Hai's strength increased bit by bit, and his disadvantage gradually disappeared. Liu Yang's expression changed, and he put more strength into his fist. However, the power of Gu Hai's fist was also increasing. You've lost. Ha ha ha, the power of the people has not been fully gathered, and you've already reached your limit. You've lost. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. No, I haven't lost. You're the one who's going to die. Liu Yang said with a ferocious smile. Oh. Gu Hai said with a look of disdain. You can use the power of the people. Indeed, you can increase your strength further. However, what about your cultivation? It's just the golden core realm. Your physical body can't handle the power of opening the heavenly palace. Once you reach the power of opening the heavenly palace, you'll explode. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you to explode. Go ahead and explode. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yang laughed sinisterly. My physical body can't handle it. That's just what you think. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Liu Yang's expression changed. Gu Hai's strength was still increasing, still increasing. Boom! Suddenly, Liu Yang felt his fist tremble. Gu Hai's strength had finally surpassed the power of opening the heavenly palace. Gu Hai's strength was still increasing. His face, which had turned red from Xiao Chen's earlier attack, had now returned to normal. Impossible. You're only in the golden core realm. How can you withstand such a great power? Liu Yang said in disbelief. Do you think I'm an ordinary golden core realm cultivator? Gu Hai sneered. Suddenly, Liu Yang's expression changed. He suddenly thought of Gu Hai's information that he had seen before. Reached the innate realm through external cultivation. Liu Yang's expression changed. Internal cultivation refines the qi, while external cultivation refines the body. Gu Hai's external cultivation had reached the innate realm. His physical body was many times stronger than others. As his cultivation increased, the effects of external cultivation became more obvious. No wonder that old man De Qian had to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. He reached the innate realm through external cultivation. External cultivation refines the body to be the strongest. No, your body is the strongest foundation. What about your 5 viscera? The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are the 5 most fragile viscera. Can they withstand the impact of opening the heavenly palace? Your dantian, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys will definitely explode. Liu Yang said in disbelief. Ha, my foundation is not just the surface of my body. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Gu Hai's strength continued to increase. This time, he surpassed Liu Yang and suppressed Liu Yang instead. Cough, cough, cough. No, you can't defeat me. I am the great emperor of Ying. Liu Yang roared with all the strength in his body. I didn't defeat you alone. Do you see? Behind me stands Long Wanqing, Huangfu Chaoge, and countless citizens of the Han dynasty. They defeated you with me. Liu Yang, you lost. Gu Hai said with a sinister expression. Lu Yang was heavily injured. Even if he used his full strength, he wasn't Gu Hai's opponent. Gu Hai's strength was still increasing, but Lu Yang's face gradually turned red. PFFF. The fist collided, suppressing Lu Yang until he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Am I going to lose to Gu Hai? Lu Yang looked at Gu Hai with a trace of despair. As he looked, he seemed to see Long Wanqing and Huangfu Chaoge standing behind Gu Hai, looking at him with hatred. He seemed to see more and more citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty standing behind Gu Hai. 10,000, 100 million, a billion. All of them had hatred on their faces. Just like Gu Hai's expression, it was an unforgettable expression of hatred. Gu Hai alone shouldered everyone's hatred, suppressing Shao Chen with overwhelming force. Die for me. Gu Hai said hatefully. However, as Gu Hai shouted, Lu Yang seemed to hear countless voices. Die for me. Long Wanqing's voice. Die for me. Huangfu Chaoge's voice. Die for me. The voices of more than 1 billion citizens. This was the hatred of the whole world. As Gu Hai used his strength, he suddenly vented it. Under Gu Hai's full strength, Lu Yang's blue fist exploded. The golden fist of Gu Hai carried a destructive power and instantly hit Lu Yang. No! Lu Yang screamed in despair. Hong! Lu Yang was sent flying by the fist and crashed into the mountain peak of the Dragon Vein in the distance. Bang! The huge impact instantly penetrated one side of the mountain and emerged from the other side. Bang! 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 After crashing through 20 huge mountains, Lu Yang's body finally stopped and sank into a mountain. Chapter 310. Boom! 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 After crashing through 20 mountains in a row, Lu Yang's body finally came to a stop and sank into one of the mountains. Roar! Gu Hai's Earth Dragon Meridian suddenly let out a long howl and charged toward the Earth Dragon Meridian where Liu Yang had been standing. Boom! The two dragons tore at each other. Even though Lu Yang's dragon vein was larger, it was already on the verge of death from the explosion of Huangfu Chaoge's dragon vein. How could it be a match for Gu Hai's dragon vein? In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's dragon vein tore its body apart. Roar! Lu Yang's dragon vein let out a mournful cry as it was torn into two. Roar! Gu Hai's dragon vein opened its mouth and devoured Lu Yang's dragon vein's tail. Even though the other party was massive, Gu Hai's dragon vein seemed to be determined to devour it even if it was stuffed to death. While Lu Yang's dragon vein struggled, it devoured the other party's tail in the blink of an eye. Then, it opened its mouth and devoured the other party's upper body. Amidst the billowing dust, Gu Hai's golden dragon vein emerged from the ground. His dragon claws stomped on the other half of Liu Yang's dragon body as he opened his mouth and continued to bite and devour. Eat, eat, eat. The strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, Gu Hai's dragon vein was a powerful dragon. Gu Hai ignored the earth dragon vein. Instead, he took a step and flew toward the mountain peak where Liu Yang was trapped. After crashing through 20 mountains, Liu Yang came to a stop. But at this moment, Liu Yang seemed to have reached the end of his life. He was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. He only had one breath left. Cough! 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 Liu Yang kept vomiting blood as he watched Gu Hai slowly approach him. Looking at Gu Hai, it was as though he was looking at the countless people he had killed standing behind Gu Hai. All of them had a huge grudge against him. All of them wanted to eat his flesh and gnaw on his bones. Gu Hai's power surged, while Liu Yang was on the verge of death. The outcome was already decided. It wasn't that Liu Yang could crush Gu Hai to death, but that Gu Hai could crush Lu Yang at any moment. Gu Hai's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lu Yang. Wanqing. Ha, ha, Long Wanqing. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying because of Long Wanqing. Ha, no, it's Long Xiaoye. It's Long Xiaoye. Lu Yang's eyes were blurry. He seemed to see a woman full of spirit. His mind was filled with countless images in an instant. Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon, father asked me to bring you a birthday gift. But look, I've prepared a bigger gift for you. Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon, your zither skills are amazing. Can you teach me? Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon, I voted for you in the tournament of all kings that father held. I even pulled a few people to vote for you. In an instant, the conversation between himself and Long Xiaoye suddenly filled his mind. On his deathbed, Lu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of warmth. Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon, why do you want to kill me? All the images suddenly froze at the scene of Long Xiaoye's death. He had personally killed Long Xiaoye through Li Haoran. The eyes of Long Xiaoye before she died suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yang's eyes. Blinded by greed, ha, Xiaoye, Uncle Wang has let you down. Lu Yang's eyes turned red. Pooh! As he spat out blood, Lu Yang shed tears of pain. Who? Gu Hai's fist stopped in front of Lu Yang because Gu Hai suddenly saw Lu Yang's 5 viscera, dantian, and nascent souls overflowing from his body and dissipating. Even his head seemed to have a nascent soul that turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Lu Yang's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls had dissipated. The previous punch had almost killed Lu Yang. Now, Lu Yang was only experiencing terminal lucidity. He was no different from death. The fist stopped in front of Lu Yang. Gu Hai's face turned gloomy. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Jinmu of Silla had brought hundreds of flying ships and suddenly appeared in front of them. Jinmu of Silla rushed over with all her might. However, when she reached the outskirts of Lushan City, she saw a dragon vein swallowing the last dragon head of Lu Yang's dragon vein. Gu Hai's dragon vein. It ate Lu Yang's dragon vein. Sima Changkong said in surprise. Hiss! Gu Hai won. Behind them, there was the sound of a group of generals gasping. Roar! Gu Hai's dragon vein, which had swelled many times, slowly sank into the ground with a dragon's roar. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai's punch seemed like he was going to kill Lu Yang. Gu Hai, wait! Jinmu of Silla's face suddenly changed as she shouted. Gu Hai defeated Lu Yang. Sima Changkong was still in disbelief. The countless soldiers behind him were even more shocked. Gu Hai's fist stopped in front of Lu Yang. He did not continue to fight. At this moment, Jinmu of Silla's army arrived. Gu Hai suddenly turned his head. He saw Jinmu of Silla and some of her subordinates flying over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the army arrived in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai, don't kill him! Sima Changkong shouted anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong in confusion. Lu Yang is not dead yet. Whoosh! That's good, that's good. Sima Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Marshal. Mr. Sima. Gu Hai frowned. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh came from a mountain not far away. Everyone turned to look. They saw a man in a green robe slowly walking out from the mountain. Li Shinji. Gu Hai's face darkened. Jinmu of Silla had just arrived with her army. When did Li Shinji arrive? Could it be that he had been waiting nearby? Had he been quietly observing? Also, why did he sigh just now? Did he regret that he didn't kill Lu Yang? Greetings, Commander Day 1 of Jinnan. Li Shinji said respectfully. Jinmu of Silla looked at Li Shinji coldly and said, "Ha, Li Shinji, are you enjoying yourself?" Li Shinji smiled bitterly and said, "I just arrived too." "I just arrived." "Humph, you want to see Gu Hai kill Lu Yang, right?" Jinmu of Silla said coldly. "Jinmu of Silla, you misunderstood me. I just arrived." Li Shinji insisted that he had just arrived. "Humph." Jinmu of Silla snorted. Jinmu of Silla turned her head and looked at Lu Yang, who was dying, and said, "Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon, Shinwu is late." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Jinmu of Silla. Sima Changkong looked bitterly at Gu Hai and said, "Lu Yang of Gojoseon should be punished for his crime of rebellion. However, you shouldn't be the one to kill him. In the Deqian Celestial Empire, there are many old officials of His Holiness. They still have a good relationship with Lu Yang. So." Sima Changkong was worried that those old officials would sabotage Gu Hai in the future. However, Gu Hai didn't care. This was because Gu Hai didn't want to enter the Deqian Empire. Gu Hai didn't throw the last punch. It wasn't because of Jinmu of Silla's shout, but because Lu Yang's soul had already dissipated. He was almost beaten to death. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Lu Yang with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai had clearly heard what Liu Yang had said earlier. Liu Yang was having terminal lucidity. He regretted it, but what was the use of that? "Uncle Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Follow me back to the imperial capital as long as you admit your mistake. Father will not kill you on account of our old friendship." Jinmu of Silla shouted. Cough cough, haha, cough cough cough. Lu Yang didn't know where he got the strength from, but he slowly stood up. Everyone looked at Lu Yang in shock. Lu Yang slowly tidied his dragon robe. He was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. He even tidied his hair. After tidying up his appearance, he turned his head and looked to the north. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty. "Ha, sworn brother. Ha. I didn't do anything wrong. I started a rebellion, I didn't do anything wrong. I am the great emperor of Ing. It was because of me that the Deqian Empire was formed. Brother. Ha, but you have completely forgotten about me. I don't regret starting a rebellion. I won't regret it even if I have to do it again. I want to take back what belongs to me. Even if I die, I want to try again." Lu Yang said weakly. Everyone was silent. "The only thing I regret is that I was too ambitious and killed Xiaoye. The only person I am sorry for is Xiaoye." Lu Yang said weakly and bitterly. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. "I am the great emperor of Ing. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty. I treat you as a brother, not as your subject. Ha, have you forgotten the oath we made? I, Lu Yang, am not a bird in your cage. I lost, but I will always be the great emperor of Ing, forever." Lu Yang said weakly but firmly. Lu Yang pulled out the sword on his body. Shing! He pulled out the sword. Suddenly, he placed it on his neck. At this moment, everyone was silent. They didn't stop him, nor did they say anything. "Daqiansheng, I am not a bird in your cage. I don't want to be imprisoned by you forever. I am the great emperor of Ing. Death is also the way an emperor should die." Lu Yang shouted for the last time. Shing! With a sword, Lu Yang cut his own neck, blood splattering everywhere. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. Originally, he was in the final radiance of the setting sun. Cutting his own throat with a sword was just a formality. With the last sword, Lu Yang completely fell. There was no sound. There was a long silence. At the same time, the remaining trace of Ingdu's luck completely collapsed. "Put the coffin in it and bring it back to the imperial capital," Jinmu of Silla said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of subordinates put Lu Yang's body and the sword into the coffin. They slowly lifted it onto the flying boat. Gu Hai looked at Liu Yang's death. He should have taken revenge and let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, when he saw Liu Yang's death, his heart sank. An ambition in exchange for countless injuries. He understood everything before his death, but what was the use of that? Could a dead person still come back to life? People of the Dahan, Liu Yang is already dead. Thank you for your help. Gu Hai collected his emotions and shouted. Boom! His voice instantly spread to the ears of all the people of the Dahan. Woo, Liu Yang is dead. Your Majesty's revenge has finally been avenged. Mr. Good, no, Your Majesty, thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Countless people of the Xinlu dynasty in the past bowed and thanked Gu Hai for avenging Huangfu Chaoga. At the same time, at this moment, everyone recognized the Han dynasty and admitted that they were the people of the Han dynasty. Gu Hai was right. This time, they did have to thank all the people for their help. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Liu Yang. Similarly, Liu Yang wouldn't have died. He was the only one who crushed all of Liu Yang's ambitions and destroyed Liu Yang's 3 souls and 7 spirits with one punch. Only then did Liu Yang understand regret. He gave up all hope and committed suicide in the end. Long Wanqing had been avenged. Long Xiaoye had been avenged. Huangfu Chaoga had been avenged. Everyone had been avenged. However, Gu Hai couldn't feel happy. In the past, when he had avenged Long Wanqing, his heart was filled with hatred. However, at this moment, his heart was empty. Jinmu of Silla left with the army. Li Shenji watched the show and also left quietly. The strength that Gu Hai borrowed from the people slowly dissipated. After all, this was borrowed strength and couldn't be stored for too long. Gu Hai slowly walked toward Xinlu City with a sense of loss. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. At the city gate, a group of officials bowed sincerely. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han dynasty. In the city, the people bowed with great sincerity. The people were grateful to Gu Hai, acknowledged Gu Hai, and bowed to Gu Hai. Their thoughts of gratitude turned into merit. The merit accumulated into providence and charged into the sea of providence clouds. Boom! The loss of providence from moving the capital from 9-5 Island was quickly replenished. It wasn't just Xinlu City. The people of the other 11 cities also bowed with gratitude. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han dynasty. Surging providence gathered above Xinlu City. Gu Hai officially received the recognition of the 12 cities. At this moment, the Han dynasty officially stepped into the Divine Continent. The territory of the dynasty expanded to the 12 huge cities of the Divine Continent. Chapter 311. Liu Yang had fallen, but Liu Yang's descendants were not capable and could not support the Deying dynasty. Thus, the Deying dynasty was destroyed. The Deqian Celestial dynasty and the Daewon Imperial dynasty quickly dispatched their troops. They wanted to take more of the Deying dynasty's territory as quickly as possible. For a time, the smoke of war rose in Ying province. Lushan City. After Gu Hai destroyed Liu Yang and returned, the former citizens of the Lushan dynasty all acknowledged Gu Hai. The 12 cities all acknowledged Gu Hai. After Gu Hai took over Lushan City, his first decree was to change the name of the city. Lushan City experienced a great calamity, but Huangfu Chaoga's soul will never be extinguished. From today onwards, Lushan City will be renamed Chaoga. Chaoga City. Let us remember Huangfu Chaoga forever and never forget her. Gu Hai's voice spread to all the cities of the Han dynasty through the sea of providence clouds. Chaoga. The countless citizens and officials were stunned at first. They did not expect Gu Hai to be so bold and decisive right after he took over Lushan City. However, in the next moment, they heard the name changed to Chaoga. All the citizens and officials felt touched. "We obey the emperor's decree," the countless officials called out respectfully. Some people could tell that Gu Hai was trying to win the hearts of the citizens to better control the 12 cities. However, no one could reject such a win. They could only feel grateful. A few days ago, Huangfu Chaoga had told Gu Hai about the quality of the officials in the 12 cities. Although the 12 cities belonged to the Han dynasty, Gu Hai knew that only Chaoga City was under his complete control. The other 11 cities were still drifting. Hence, the first step was to quickly change the political system. The 200 officials from 95 Island were quickly assigned to all the important positions in the 11 cities. However, in order not to stand out, they were all deputy positions. For example, each city only had one city lord, but Gu Hai arranged for the 12 most capable former shopkeepers to become deputy city lords, and promoted the original officials to become the second deputy city lord. The position vacated by that official was replaced by someone arranged by Gu Hai. As a result, the authority of the original officials in the various cities did not decrease, and they were even promoted. However, Gu Hai's men were cleverly inserted into the ranks. There was a terrifying amount of information about a country, and it was not something that could be read in a short time. However, time was tight, so Gu Hai could only find another way and spread out all the information. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through all the information. Between his brows, each Go board had a clone of Gu Hai's consciousness on it. There were more than 9,000 Gu Hai consciousnesses. Gu Hai looked at each piece of information. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen read through all the information. Gu Hai quickly digested the information and continuously sorted out everything about the 12 cities. Orders were sent out one after another. Gu Hai could not stop for even a moment, because Gu Hai felt a great sense of urgency. News came in one after another. The Day One Imperial Empire had gone all out this time, swallowing the territories of the Gengjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, the Great Huang dynasty, and almost half of Ying province. Now, they were in contact with the Deqian Celestial Empire's southern army. Gu Hai's 12 cities faced the sea to the east, and the south, west, and north were all territories that the Day One Imperial Empire had seized. Now, the 12 cities were surrounded by the Day One Imperial Empire. They were basically food for the Day One Imperial Empire. How could the Day One Imperial Empire not eat them? That was why they did not send an army to suppress the border, and instead focused on seizing more territory in Ying province. Therefore, Gu Hai had to be quick. While the people still had Huangfu Chaoga in their hearts, he had to use her to stabilize the hearts of the people and do his best to preserve these cities. Lushan City was renamed to Chaoga City. The original palace hall was renamed to Huangfu Hall. Gu Hai also arranged for people to erect statues of Huangfu Chaoga in the 12 cities as soon as possible. This was so that the hearts of the people and the army would not forget about Huangfu Chaoga. Of the 200 officials, Gu Hai sent a Lu Shi person to protect them. After all, those who came from 95 Island were too weak. On this day, after Gu Hai approved a large number of orders again, he went out and took a deep breath. Master. The North Star Polaris walked up nervously. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen in confusion. Master, I have an idea, but I don't know. Gao Chen said hesitantly. Just say it. I've been busy these days, and I don't have time to chat with you. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Master, I want to go out and enjoy the scenery. Gao Chen said expectantly. Huh? Gu Hai did not react immediately. I feel that my singing has reached a bottleneck. I want to go out and experience it myself. I want to find inspiration and come back to create music that everyone likes to listen to. Gao Chen said expectantly. Bottleneck? Find inspiration. Compose music? Gu Hai rubbed his temples. Why was it that when the Gaochen said those words, it sounded so wrong? I know that I shouldn't do this. I'm only a heaven-class zither and should follow master. However, the world is so big. I want to see it. Gaochen said expectantly. Gu Hai stared at Gaochen for a while. Gaochen felt very nervous. After a while, Gu Hai smiled and said, Gaochen, do you know? Although I did not like your personality back then, I never thought of changing your way of thinking. Do you know why? Huh? I don't know. Gaochen shook his head. Pejuan, his consciousness was given to him by Lu Yang. All of his will is based on Lu Yang. Although he has a soul, he does not have his own thoughts. Although I did not like your personality back then, it is still you. I will not change you, nor do I want to change you. Everything about you will develop by yourself. I only hope that you can work hard in the direction you like and help me one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Master, you're letting me go. But I heard you say that there might be a threat from the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Don't you want my help? Gaochen was slightly taken aback. No need. I, Gu Hai, am not someone who can't live without others. Go, before I change my mind, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, master. You are the best master in the world. I will compose a song on the way back. When I come back, I will sing it all for you. Gaochen said emotionally. Gu Hai's face darkened. Scram. After Gaochen left, Gu Hai continued to busy himself. Another 3 days later, Gu Hai's 800 decrees were all sent to 12 cities. However, the decrees that were issued in the past few days left the old officials flabbergasted. The efficiency of the new emperor was too terrifying. 800 decrees in 6 days. The officials suddenly had an intuitive understanding of the new emperor. Although Xiao Qin did not have a good understanding of Gu Hai's character, his ability to govern was extremely horrifying. This gave Xiao Qin even more respect for Gu Hai. Your Majesty, there is a flying ship from Silver Moon City. The leader calls himself Shangguanhen and wishes to see you. A guard came forward to report. Oh. Shangguanhen. You have come at the right time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Soon, Shangguanhen led the first batch of officials that Gu Hai had brought to Silver Moon City to Huangfu Hall to see Gu Hai. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The officials said respectfully. Greetings to the Emperor. Shangguanhen also said with a smile. After half a year, Shangguanhen's aura was more restrained. He looked ordinary, but Gu Hai saw a strong self-confidence in his eyes. Obviously, his cultivation had improved tremendously. How is Silver Moon City? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty, don't worry. Silver Moon City is temporarily guarded by Silver Moon Villa and Mu Chenfeng with the Wood Branch disciples. Everything in the first zither building on this street is in order. An official said with a smile. Tang Chu. Gu Hai looked at the official. Present, the official said with a solemn expression. You have been with me the longest. Before 9-5 Island was established, you were the manager in charge of the country. You are very experienced. Now that you have operated the first zither building on this street for so long, you should have some understanding of the business of the cultivator world, right? Gu Hai looked at the official. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Chu nodded. This batch of 60 officials is the first batch of officials to operate the first zither building on this street. Here is a batch of information. Go back and take a look. At the same time, I will send a large number of experts to listen to your orders. Tang Chu will be in charge of opening branches for me and expanding my territory. Gu Hai said. Yes. Tang Chu and the other officials answered. Gu Hai handed over a large amount of information to Tang Chu. Tang Chu called the other officials and took the information back to his residence to read it. Silver Moon City is one of our contact points. The news from 95 Island will reach Silver Moon City first before it reaches you. This is a letter from the Crown Prince to you. Shangguanhen took out a letter and handed it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai quickly opened the letter and read it. As Gu Hai read the letter, he narrowed his eyes. The Great Myojin. I also heard from the person who delivered the letter that this Great Myojin is here to repay your kindness. Shangguanhen asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then, he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Repay your kindness? Ha! This Great Myojin does not come with good intentions. Oh. He does not come with good intentions. Shangguanhen raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai nodded. That is problematic. This Great Myojin is a troublesome person. Furthermore, he is extremely strong. Shangguanhen said with a frown. Oh. Extremely strong. Opening the heavenly palace? Gu Hai asked. Shangguanhen nodded. How is he compared to Lu Yang? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Lu Yang? Ha, he is not his opponent. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Opening the heavenly palace is just a general description of cultivation. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When one cultivates to the 5th physical soul, which is the 5 nascent soul realm, one can attack the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace is the place where the 3 spiritual souls live. Shangguanhen explained. The 3 spiritual souls live in the heavenly palace? At the head? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes, the heavenly palace is divided into 3 levels, where the 3 spiritual souls, heaven, and earth reside. Lu Yang only opened the lower heavenly palace where the human soul resides. Perhaps he is at the peak of the lower heavenly palace, but it is still the lower heavenly palace, Shangguanhen explained. The heavenly palace has 3 levels, the upper heavenly palace, the middle heavenly palace, and the lower heavenly palace, where the 3 spiritual souls reside? Yes. Back then, Old Man Guanqi opened all 3 levels of the heavenly palace. That was why he was qualified to play chess with the heavens and wanted to become an immortal. Lu Yang has only opened the lower heavenly palace. He is far from Old Man Guanqi. What about the Great Myojin? At least he opened the middle heavenly palace. You said at least he opened the middle heavenly palace. At least, what do you mean? I can only be sure that he opened the middle heavenly palace. As for whether he opened the upper heavenly palace, I am not sure. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.